gas masks and hand grenades.
Ay, that was a mess. Man, did I screw that all up. Wow. I left us up on screen. I didn't enlarge the thing to cover us up. And I'm like, oh shit, why are we still on the screen? Oh no. Because like the reason there's three boxes there is I enlarge the one and it takes up the whole screen. Then I remove it entirely and then we commit. So I screwed that all up, man. That was terrible. So anyways, good evening. Welcome to Gas Mask and Hand Grenades. It is I, your host, Jeff, and my buddy Erik Berg from Psychic Vacuum YouTube channel. Sorry we were running a little late. We've been running late on this episode for a couple of weeks now, thanks to me. So we'd intended to do this, what was it? Well, actually, I think we were going to do it even sooner than last weekend, and then we threw it out another week, and then I've had some issues with not only just the health stuff, but the car situation and just anything you can think of that's, gone wrong. And I wasn't as prepared for this as I wanted to be had we done it even yesterday, which was the original plan, was to do it last night. And I was not ready. So I got ready today, and I fully was immersed in, Gentle Giant land. And we're all good. So, Erik, good to see you, buddy. We've been talking a lot lately via phone. We haven't. When's the last time you were on with? You on about a month ago, a couple weeks back?
Yeah, probably about a month ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forget which one it was exactly, but
yeah, there's. Well, it might have been the last Satyr Slave thing that Rick had going. Maybe was it, or maybe I had one going. I don't remember. Never mind. It doesn't matter. But the bottom line is, you're here now. We're going to talk about this band, Gentle Giant, which I'm wearing the T-shirt. One of the OGs in prog, I think it's fair to say, progressive rock from the UK, and we'll get into a little bit of history about that here in a minute. But we tried to get this thing off the ground, and it just wasn't happening for a little bit of a time. And this is a complex band, as we're going to talk about, and we're going to play a lot of Gentle Giant music tonight because I don't really care about anything else. And we're going to get rid of this guy right away because he's just going to do this game like usual. And I won't say his name. But if anybody out there is planning to hang around for a little while on the stream tonight, let me know. And I will wrench you up so that you can help me stay on top of the idiot parade, as we like to call it here.
Yeah,
it's really
I was going to mention you.
What's that?
I was going to mention the other night that you can add me to that too if you want.
That's true. I could. You could. That's right. Yeah, we'll do that then. So, give me 1 minute here. I'll have to do that when you're talking in a sec. But yeah, because I knew he'd be in. I knew he'd be playing this game. It's just that guy has literally no life and doesn't do anything but troll people's streams and then claim it's not him. And it's just it's really sad, man. Sad. So hey, Evan, what's up, dude? Good to see you, buddy. So yeah, the band is Gentle Giant, and again, like I said, there's when you talk about progressive music, the one band that always usually gets mentioned is King Crimson. They started it all, and you could make that argument, but this band was very close behind King Crimson. I mean, very close, within a year. And they actually started as a band called Simon Dupree Express, right?
Big Sound.
Right. Oh, that's it. Simon Dupree and the Big Sound, yeah. I will admit, I did not get a chance to listen to them. I don't know if you did, but I did. So
No, I was too busy spending time trying to digest all this stuff. So
Right. What Erik and I determined after back and forth a lot was that we're going to do our usual breakdowns and stuff like that, but to talk about this band in words, it's hard to convey what they're doing. In particular, the first 6, 7 albums. There's just so much going on. You could spend hours talking about tracks. Hey Wade, what's up, buddy? Yeah, great band, very quirky, very weird, and so we're gonna play some tracks from each album, and so the talking about the tracks may not be as extensive as we normally tend to go, especially Eric and I, because Eric and I were able to do 6 hours on Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, so it can get pretty crazy with Eric and I. But we kind of
That's
did
a lot of albums in that one.
huh?
That was more albums in that one, I think, but
A couple more, but not a
still.
lot. Maybe like 3 or 4 more. Yeah, but it's kind of nutty, man. Trying to describe this band is literally like, I don't know. It's like walking, chewing gum, and riding a unicycle at the same time. It's really impossible to do. Hey, Z-Mick, what's up, buddy? And it's just very very nutty. Hey, crazy white boy, what's up, man? Hails. So what we will do is we'll play some tracks, but in the interim, Eric and I have been trying to come up with some bands that we could do a deep dive on, like we were doing back in the day. He doesn't have as much time now. Life's back to normal. I unfortunately am dealing with a lot of illness issues that are making these are getting harder and harder to do. And so we decided on this one because it was kind of like, as I told Eric, this is a band that I've known about forever, but I didn't really check out until 2018, oddly, because I've been into prog probably since I've been 12, 11. I mean, I got into it through Yes Songs and Relayer and Drama, so we're talking like 13, 14 maybe. And of course, Pink Floyd, one of the first bands probably the first band I ever heard that was a prog band was Dark Side of the Moon in 1976. So what? That's 4 years after Dark Side came out, 3.5. And my next door neighbor was this cool guy. We happened to be over there swimming in his pool. And he's like, "Hey man, have you heard Dark Side of the Moon?" And I'm like, "No," but that just sounded like the coolest shit ever, right? So we he played that, and that was kind of where my love for prog started to happen. And of course, bands like Styx were big around that time with the Grand Illusion. That's more like pomp prog or U.S. arena prog. Kansas was really big around that time. And, that's prog. Don't get me wrong. I still think that stuff is prog, but it's more like, it's not like the British prog, the UK prog, right? There is a very defining line between the UK prog and the US prog, and maybe like the bands like Bonko or PFM, the Italian prog, or some of that stuff. You're getting into that theater of stuff. So what led you to choose this band, Eric? I'm curious.
I mean, we were kind of tossing a couple ideas around. I basically sent you a list of, all my favorite artists, and a couple caught your eye. Remember you mentioned Celtic Frost was another one we were talking about. But so yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's just
just
a
one we
band that
felt it.
I really love, and I've kind of grown to love more and more over the past few years, especially.
Right.
Partly just because of the ridiculous complexity of the music. I mean, there's so many things going on at any given time that, I mean, you don't fully understand these albums until who knows how many listens in. I mean,
Yeah.
even after doing quite a few listens to all the albums in the last few weeks, I mean, I'm still going to hear something new next time I listen to it. So,
Yeah, it is one of those bands. There's just so much going on. It's kind of like, you know, multitasking in music form. Like your ears are multitasking while you're listening to it. I mean, because it's being drawn so many different ways, and it's essentially 5 guys. I guess it was 6 at one time when Phil was in the band early on, right? Yeah. Right?
yeah, it would have been
When Phil was
on,
in the
yeah.
band, there were 6. The 3 brothers, Gary Green, Kerry Manier, and the original drummer who was replaced after, I think, 2 albums. Which we're not going to get too hung up on that because they've had a stable lineup other than the drummer, and the drummer's been there forever anyways. I mean, he's been there since album 3, I believe. So I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm going to pull up the old Wikipedia, and we're going to talk a little bit about this band, and then we'll get into our origin story. So Gentle Giant were a British progressive rock band active between 1970 and 1980. They were known for the complexity and sophistication of their music and for the varied musical skills of the members. All the band members were multi-instrumentalists, which is really impressive when you listen to these albums. The band did achieve a cult following. The band stated that their aim was to expand the frontiers of contemporary popular music at the risk of becoming very unpopular, which kind of worked to a large extent. Although this stance was to alter significantly with time, the last 3 albums in particular. Gentle Giant's music was considered complex even by prog rock standards, drawing on a broad swath of music including folk, soul, jazz, and classical. Unlike many of the progressive rock contemporaries, the classical influences ranged from beyond the romantic and incorporated medieval, baroque, and modernist chamber music elements. The band also had a taste for broad themes in their lyrics, not only from their personal experiences, but from philosophy in the works of François Rabelais and R.D. Laing. I don't know who that is. In 2015, they were recognized with the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Progressive Music Awards. Real quick, prehistory on it. The core of what was to become Gentle Giant comprised 3 brothers, Phil Schulman, Derek Schulman, and Ray Schulman. Brothers were of Scottish-Jewish descent. I didn't realize that. I thought they were UK, which I guess that's still part of the UK, so I thought they were from Great Britain, though. Phil and Derek were born in the Gorbals, which is the notorious slum area of Glasgow. Family moved to Portsmouth, England. That's why I thought, because they've been living there since they were pretty young, late 40s. Their father was an army musician turned jazz trumpeter who continued his musical work in Portsmouth. He encouraged his son to learn various instruments. They all became multi-instruments. By 66, the Schulman Brothers Band, initially called Howling Wolves, then the Roadrunners, had taken on the name of Simon Dupree and the Big Sound and were pursuing more of a soul pop direction, which was very, 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 they became sort of like in-house kind of writers. Hey, Oberheim. How's it going, buddy? Been hanging in there, man. Yeah. I don't know about relaxing. Thursday night was not relaxing, in case you were here. I think you were. Yeah, where the hell was I going with that shit?
You're talking about Simon Dupree and the
Simon
Big
Dupree,
Sound.
yeah. So the Simon Dupree and the Big Express there were kind of, they had a big hit. And it was kind of like what Genesis did. Genesis had a big hit writing Baroque pop songs when they did that first album from Genesis to Creation. And then they swung into this prog thing, which is pretty much what Simon Dupree did. The Bee Gees did it. The Bee Gees had these, they were these bubblegum pop, Baroque pop sort of songwriters, and then they became the Bee Gees that we think about later. Actually, they didn't really become that Bee Gees that we think of until, Sgt. Pepper's writing the more pop stuff. But before that, they wrote 4 really killer albums. Odessa being one, Listen's another. Is one called Idea, I think is one. I can't remember the other one.
Bee Gees First was the first one.
Which one? Bee Gees First.
Called the Bee Gees First, yeah.
And I would suggest that anyone's never listened to them albums, you should. They're fucking amazing. They're absolutely amazing Baroque pop. But I don't know what's going on with my. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of drainage here. But I guess a lot of those bands, and Simon Dupree was one, where they just felt like they were going to be hit writers for other artists. But what's really interesting was Phil was Simon Dupree, Derek was Simon Dupree, while Phil played saxophone and trumpet, and the youngest brother, Ray, played guitar and violin. Both Ray and Phil also played trumpet and sang background vocals. And what's really weird is that during Simon Dupree, one of their albums or whatever they put out, some of their singles actually included Elton John as a pianist, which I never knew that, man. Simon Dupree and the Big Sound. That's kind of crazy. But they didn't really have a charting hit until they had a top 10 hit called Kites in this autumn of 67, and an album called Without Reservation there. And then they basically decided in 69 to dissolve the band in order to escape the pop music environment that frustrated them as far as writers. And they did not return directly to rhythm and blues or soul, but instead chose to pursue a more complicated direction. Ray later stated, "We knew we couldn't continue with the musicians we'd had before. We weren't interested in the other musicians in the band. They couldn't contribute anything. We had to teach them what to do. It got rather heavy when we could play better than they could. Even on the record, we were doing more and more of it with overdubs. So it got stupid to have a band like that. The first thing was to get some musicians of higher standards." So formation of Gentle Giant was 70 when they teamed up with two other multi-instruments, Gary Green on guitar and mandolin, and Kerry Manier on keyboards, vibraphone, and cello. And then they added drummer Martin Smith, who'd also drum with Simon Dupree. So that's kind of the back history on them. We don't really need to get too much deeper into that, I don't think. Unless you wanted to add anything, is there anything you got to add to that?
No.
You there?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you covered it.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to, yeah. So, okay, I will do this. I don't know if anyone. Just give me 1 second here. I'm gonna do that there. All right. I have to still figure out how to wrench people, and I just don't exactly know how to do it, and I don't want to be totally taken away, but you know who. He's going to keep popping in here all night. Guys in the chat, please do me a favor. Don't feed the animals. Please don't feed the animals. Here he is. Please do me a favor and just don't buy into this guy's bullshit and just ignore him, okay? Yeah. So there we go. How did you come into this band? Like, where did you kind of fall into them, Eric?
They were kind of, I mean, once you get into prog rock, which I did probably, I mean, I was into stuff like Pink Floyd and Rush way back in high school and whatnot, and would have been probably 2012, 2013. I discovered, like, I was getting into some more like progressive metal, like Mastodon and Tool and stuff, and I discovered Porcupine Tree, and that kind of steered me towards more of the 70s stuff, kind of because I was reading about all Steven Wilson's, big inspirations and stuff like that.
Right.
And so yeah, they're one of those bands where the name will pop up, within the top kind of 10 or so progressive rock bands once you start investigating that scene. But I didn't get into them as early as, say, Yes or Genesis or King Crimson, Jethro Tull. They were kind of, the next, in terms of popularity as well, they're not quite on that same level.
Right.
Pink
Exactly.
Floyd, Rush, as I was saying too. Those are kind of the big bands, and then you go one step lower than that. You've got Vandergraaf Generator, Camel, Nectar, Eloy. I would say Gentle Giant is like probably on the same level as them, or a little kind of in between those
They're
two.
kind of in between. I would
Almost.
agree. They're kind of like, when you think of the prog rock, powerhouses, they never played in the States in stadiums like Floyd did or Genesis.
Right.
And now Crimson never quite would be there either, because they would never have commanded an arena type show. I don't really know back in the 70s how they were here, as far as what kind of, like, how big they've always kind of been more like a larger theater type band, and that's where I've seen them both times I've seen them. Blue area and afterwards. But yeah, like you mentioned, Camel and like Fish Called Saint, Eloy, Nectar. I don't think Eloy, I don't know if they've ever played over here. If they did, it was at a festival, like a prog festival or something. They never toured the States. Nectar probably has on a pretty small level. Camel has, but also on a small level.
Right.
But I
Yeah.
think actually, Gentle Giant had toured playing in arenas, usually as an opening band for crazy stuff like Black Sabbath, which is
Oh,
nuts.
right. Yeah.
I mean, that's just like the fact that this band opened for Sabbath blows my mind. Like, what? Who
Yeah.
put that tour together? Like, what were they thinking?
Yeah.
Right?
It's pretty cool in retrospect,
Yeah,
but
it is.
I mean, at the time they just got, booed off the stage almost, and they learned how to deal with it. They kind of decided to do their more like rocking kind of heavier tunes, and they managed to, cope with it at least. But yeah, would have been pretty stressful. But yeah, I would say even King Crimson, maybe they weren't more popular back in the day in the 70s, but I think over time they've had kind of more of an influence on modern bands and stuff like that. I think they're more popular now than Gentle Giant is still,
Oh yeah,
or more well known.
yeah.
But anyway,
Um,
where was I going with all this? Yeah,
well,
so
when
I
did
I got into a few other bands first, but I ended up getting Octopus, or not getting it, but hearing Octopus was the first one I ever heard, and it just kind of, I didn't really know what to think at first. I mean, it was just so different than anything else I had ever heard before. And but there was something, even though I didn't love it at first, there was something there that kind of kept me coming back to it, just because it was so intriguing.
yeah,
And yeah, definitely grew on me. And I I got into the first four albums for whatever reason first, and it was a while before I could really appreciate the ones after that too. There was kind of another level that I had to kind of progress to, um, in my listening, whatever, to be able
well,
to kind of
I think it should
comprehend
be
those ones.
noted, Eric. I think it should be noted. This is not a band that you stick on the first few times and just try to catch what's going on while you're cleaning or running errands or I mean, I don't know yet whether it's a car type listening band. I think it is the more you dig in and get more focused and start to familiarize yourself with the music and the songs and the albums. But on an initial listen, to throw this on and be driving in traffic in Philly, it might actually add to your anxiety and add to your like, holy fuck, I can't listen to this right now. It's too much. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
you're not really going to be able to absorb it, and that's why we decided we'd play a lot of tracks tonight, because the best way to let the music speak for itself is to let the music speak for itself, because trying to use prose and tricky language and stuff, it's not like you can go into this like a metal thing and go, yeah dude, dark, crushing, heavy as fucking balls, molten level. We all get that as metalheads, we all get that crazy thing. um yeah, that's true, King or Igor. You're not wrong in that. You're not wrong.
yeah,
I don't ever think of Gentle Giant as heavy metal, though. And as far as proggy, yeah, Sabbath had some proggy moments. There's no doubt about it. Sabotage, certainly. When they got, I would say, I think that the parts of change, or not changes, four.
yeah.
Yeah, four. Definitely,
Sabbath,
probably
Bloody
a little
Sabbath.
bit of probably some of the Dio stuff, maybe a little bit of Heaven and Hell, and certainly fucking the Tony Martin, like Headless Cross. There's some very progressive sounding stuff in there. But yeah, Oberheim, appreciate it, guys. I'm going to try to figure it out. I was really studying hard for this thing, so I didn't dig in on that. And someone tried to explain it to me the other night. I've just never had to deal with this. I have never had to deal with somebody being a douche like this, like a repetitive douche. And don't worry, I know it's not the guy I think it is, because he will tell me it's 18 different other people, yet it's not that. So we know who it is. So,
Yeah, I think the best policy is just to ignore it at this point.
yeah, that's what we're gonna do to a large extent. Yeah, Fish Cult. I agree. It could be a recipe for a fucking 25 car pileup for real. You know what I mean? So, I came into them actually, unironically, the first time I listened to them, oh, gotta be like 2002, 2003. And I knew that this was a favorite band of Steven Wilson's because, I have some relationship with Steven. And by the way, just as an aside, Steven will be coming on September 3rd, 3 p.m. He's coming on to talk about the upcoming U.S. tour, the overview in general, because I didn't talk to him when it came out. We're probably going to talk a little bit about Gentle Giant, and we're also going to talk about this, which I just got today. And I just because we're talking about Wilson, I want to show it real quick. I'm super stoked to dig into this, but and Wilson's tied in with this, of course.
Cool.
The Made in Japan full box set, 50th anniversary. Super excited, man. Click the name and add as moderator for wrenching. Okay, I got to look into that because when I tried to do that the other night, a bunch of people's names didn't appear. But once Erik starts doing his rundown on the first album, I'll look into it and wrench a couple people. All right, so back to that. The first album I heard then was also, yeah, he's an idiot, complete idiot. But the first album I heard was Octopus, and it was actually a buddy of mine. I can't remember exactly how that came about. He's like, hey, have you heard of Gentle Giant? I'm like, yeah, I know the name. So I'd already been at this point in time about 30, maybe-ish, somewhere in that range, 32. And, he and I were big metal fans. We met at some, I think we met at the gym or something like that. Because I was wearing I was wearing a Dimmu Borgir shirt. So he's like, whoa, dude, I can't believe somebody here at this gym knows who that is. So that's probably my favorite live album too, man. UFO's up there too, but that's a whole topic for another time. And don't get me sidetracked because I'm very distracted tonight. Yeah, we'll definitely talk to Steven about that. But yeah, I checked out Octopus back then, early days of the internet, probably 2002, 2003. And I have to say, at the time, I just was not ready for it. I was like, "Oh man, this is too fucking weird." It was just too much, It was like the multi-part a cappella, multi-layered vocals, the ensemble vocals, what they call hocketing, HOCTCETING. But yeah, pretty just kind of too much at the time. But then again, I picked it back up in 17 or 18 and went back to them which is surprising because all the other big prog dinos you're thinking of, Floyd, Crimson, Yes, Genesis, ELP, Atomic Rooster, all these bands, I'm already Budgie to a degree. They're a little bit more proto metal. I was into these bands already, but Gentle Giant was the elusive one that I kept either reading was too weird or my one listening experience told me it was too weird, and I decided not to dive in at the time. And then I went on that trip to Nashville with my daughter in 18, and I got a trial edition of Spotify, which, to be honest with you, I never joined Spotify. I've never done it. I just don't like streaming very much, other than YouTube, which I guess is the same thing more or less. And I started digging back in, but I did the playlist thing. So I was listening to all kind of different songs from all kind of different albums. So I never locked in on a specific album as my favorite, right? But so when you brought this band up, I'm like, man, I think it's time to get on it. It's time to do it. It's time to just immerse myself in the world of weird and get in this band and on this band. And man, wow. Just wow. Like, you almost can't envision this type of music being made. It's where most music is linear in most cases. This is like tangential to the max, and it should not work, and it should be complete chaos, and it should suck really bad like I thought it did 2002, 2003, right? It's fucking awesome. I mean, there's so much incredible awesomeness here that, again, it's hard. When I started writing, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can either write the same thing for every track, or I can go on these long fucking paragraph like descriptions of each song. And I don't want to be here until 3 a.m. While we're at it too, I got to remember tomorrow at noon, Hari Kuokkanen, lead singer, vocalist of Hooded Menace, will be in. We're going to talk about the new album, which comes out August 3rd. It's Lacrimose. I'll have to look it up. It's a long title. I can't remember the name of it. Lacrimose. I can't remember. Somebody in the chat will probably correct me about it. It's fantastic. One of my favorite death metal bands. And it's going to be cool to talk to him. I'd hope to get Lassa on, the main songwriter, but doesn't sound like he does video interviews. So, all right. Well, so I guess we'll get started, right? I mean, do we need to get any deeper into anything else?
One thing I just thought of is like, as you were talking to, I mean, I said I didn't get it at first, but it kept me coming back. I probably heard Octopus first in like 2017, and over the span of about 3 or 4 years, I kept going back, like
Yeah.
once a year kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
And it slowly pulled me in. It's not like I listened to it 5 times in 2 weeks and then I suddenly got it. It's just like it took a lot of
That's a great point, man. It's an immersive listening experience. And again, you can't be half-assing it when you're listening to this. You gotta kind of be focused. You gotta kind of be locked into a degree. I think you could say for some prog bands like Floyd, Floyd's a mood. You can kind of drift in and out of the music, and it's the more proggy Floyd, anyways. Maybe not the early, Sid period. Well, it's only one album, but I mean, the Obscured by Clouds, the early stuff, the more psychedelic shit. And you could say, Camel. Well, you got to be locked in for that too. That's the thing about prog. You got to kind of be putting some headspace into it, And if you're not,
I mean, it's objectively not background music, and the people that are making it are intending it to be, listened to attentively.
Engaged. You got to be engaged.
Yeah.
So, all right, we got a lot of albums to go through, and we got songs to play. So let's get started on the first one here, dude. And while you're doing this, I'll let you run down the first album. Gentle Giant came out November 27th, 1970, recorded in August of 70 at Trident Studios in UK and London. Came out on Vertigo, big label back then. I don't know if they're still around. They probably are. Or no, they probably got bought out or consumed by somebody. And they were this was produced by Tony Visconti, who you should recognize if you're a Bowie fan, because Tony's was working with Bowie at this point in time, multi-instrumentalist and getting his feet wet on production. Fantastic producer. He's gone on to do a lot of other stuff that isn't just David Bowie, but he was David Bowie's main guy. Just checking out a few other things. He did T-Rex, Sparks, Thin Lizzy, Boomtown Rats, Modern Romance, Moody Blues, later Moody Blues, by the way. Badfinger, Gentle Giant, he did the first two. The Straubs, who, quite frankly, the Straubs remind me a bit of Gentle Giant, only much less complex, I guess would be the way to look at them. So, there we go. So the first album, there you go. Since the LP was not originally released in the States, the color illustration was instead used for the Three Friends album, which is a different thing. And did you show the album, or are you going to show it now?
No.
There we go. Yep.
There's the original cover, and I think most pressings were a gatefold, so you kind of fold it out like this.
That's awesome.
Kind of it's a well done painting. It's kind of weird, just the way he's kind of looking at you. But
I was talking to John Halm. Say, you ever get into Gentle Giant? And he says, hang on, it's funny. I'm gonna find his comment. I've literally never heard Gentle Giant. Always hated the name, and that album with the dumb leprechaun on the front cover put me off. So I thought that was pretty funny. But thanks, John, for that. All right, go ahead. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to wrench people. Although I think that the sickness may have left. Maybe he got tired.
Okay. I mean, so as far as their discography, I mean, this is kind of normal, maybe in a way, the most normal in terms of progressive rock anyway. I mean, it's still definitely they already had their own sound, I would say, on this album. 1970, I mean, it's pretty early in the development of progressive rock as well. And yeah, they already, I mean, it's one of those scenes as well. You go back to the roots of the genre. You have King Crimson, yes, Genesis, Pink Floyd, all the bands we mentioned, they all sound different. It's like it's like
That's
when you
true.
go back to a subgenre of metal or whatever too.
Very true.
All the bands that originate the sound, they all sound slightly different. And then, 5 or 10 years go by and you start getting people trying to imitate them. Um, but yeah, they already had their sound kind of their own identity on this first album, even. And yeah, it's really solid. I would say the production is a little raw in spots, but it kind of works. Gives it an interesting kind of vibe. Um, First track on here, Giant, is a great energetic opener. Some awesome guitar leads, really kind of histrionic vocals already from Derek. Super cool middle section with some kind of quiet parts and gets pretty like bombastic in spots as well. Funny Ways is pretty kind of calm and acoustic, but really great melodies on that one. I think that was kind of a staple in their set list for a while. Um, Alucard is a super cool song, which a little bit of trivia, it's Dracula spelled backwards.
It is.
Kind of spooky and heavy. Lots of dissonance kind of that they're playing with already. I also really like the vocal effects kind of where it's almost like they're kind of swooping in the verse like a bat like flying over your head, which kind of works with the subject matter. Isn't It Quiet and Cold is like a really kind of baroque pop kind of thing, almost like a kind of psychedelic era Beatles song almost. Nothing at All is kind of the epic on the album, 9 minutes. It does have a drum solo in the middle, but it's not too bad. And once the piano comes in as well over top, I'm not a huge fan of drum solos on studio albums personally,
Yeah,
but
neither am I, man. That's the one thing about this album that bugs the shit out of me, to be honest
yeah.
with you.
Yeah, but it's as far as drum solos go, it's still good as well. And that song in general, I mean, it's just beautiful. I mean, kind of somber. It's kind of a ballad, but there's some like heavy riffing that comes in as well. Um, some great lines in it as well. I'm not going to talk a whole lot about the lyrics throughout the stream. I mean, I'm not a huge lyric guy, and I didn't have time to really dive into a lot of them, but just lines like the girl who has everything finds she's nothing at all is kind of stuck with
Yeah,
me. It's kind of a, you know, more and more relevant in this day and age. Um, Why Not is probably the most straightforward kind of song in the album, kind of heavy blues rock. But they throw in this crazy, like medieval-esque section in the middle um, as well. So they're already starting to go off in weird kind of tangents that no one else was really doing. And then you get a little song, The Queen, at the end, which is kind of um, a modern interpretation of God Save the Queen, I think. But anyway, yeah, really solid debut album. Not quite as unique as they would become later, but you can already hear the seeds of their sound kind of being planted.
yeah, and
And it's
I agree. I agree, and I think most would say that the second album is where they blossom into this totally unique thing. But I don't know, man. I still think there's a lot going on here, but it's weird because, as Wade said, iconic cover. You're right. It really is. I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's kind of quirky and funny. Yeah, it kind of plays into the whole, Dungeons and Dragons nerd thing. You know what I mean? Like that's, and I, I'm definitely a nerd. There's no problem with that. And yes, thank you, Oberheim. I appreciate that. You're very kind. You're one of the most recent guys that's come around here, and you're the only guy that actually sends me money. I feel kind of bad about that. Like, I'm not bad because I just don't. I can do super chats, guys. I don't expect it. It's not part of the deal. It's nice when you get them. I don't expect big chunks of money. It's not like that. It's not about that at all. Someone would have you believe that that's all I do is grift. Well, those that know that's not even remotely the fucking case. I have spent so much money on this channel and gotten back 1/10 of what I put into it. So yeah, I really appreciate when people do that. It's very kind. It feels good to be appreciated like that. I'm not this gigantic channel that's blowing up and having 400 people in the chat. It's just not how it works. But anyway, all right. So yeah, this is a great album. I actually, the more I listened to this album, the more I liked it. Like it was like, oh, it's really growing on me, with the exception of the drum solo. The interesting thing about the drum solo is, though, it's unique in that it's not like a Inagata Davida. It's very, very good. It's very skillful. It's very jazzy. It's very creative. The problem is I just don't want to hear a 9-minute song. I don't want to hear a 3.5-minute drum solo. Unless it's Neil Peart. Then I'm okay. Anybody else?
But he didn't really do that on studio albums either. My thing is like if it's at a show or on a live album or something, that's one thing.
Exactly.
But I don't know. It's got to
I
be
agree.
really special.
You do the spotlight at the show. You do the rhythm method thing. You do the whatever. Because you're in the heat of the moment. There's action. It's very cool. That kind of stuff like that. So thank you, man. I appreciate it, bud. Really, really, really do. I really appreciate it a lot. So, yeah. So let me get into this song or into this album a little bit. Giant, the first track, right away, man. They come in and it's weird because a lot of people and musos and stuff talk about this album kind of mirroring or mimicking King Crimson's In the Court of the Crimson King. I don't hear that at all. Not even a little bit. First of all, that King Crimson album is it's a wet dream for Mellotron. I don't really hear any Mellotron on here, maybe on one track, but Mellotron's not a prominent thing for Gentle Giant like it is for Crimson on the first two albums, and especially like it is for the early Moody Blues, where they're relying on the Mellotron to kind of carry things. So I don't get that. I never gotten that. It just seems kind of odd. But there are Genesis moments here. A little bit of early Yes, although Yes, the first album is very different from the later albums. In fact, the first two Yes albums are quite different from the Yes album, which is the third album.
This is before the Yes album, right? So I think that was 71.
What's that?
I think this is before the Yes album came out.
Yes, this came out before the Yes album, but Yes had two albums out before that, Time and Word.
Yeah.
And Yes, which I think was Yesterday and Something was the subtext on that one. It's the first one, and it's okay, but it's not great. Yeah. That's my least favorite.
The first album is called Yes, the second one's Time and Word, and then there's a compilation of like highlights of the first two that was called Yesterdays. That's probably what you're thinking of.
Right, but what I'm getting at is I thought that first Yes album had like a subtext title.
Maybe you did.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Anyway, sorry.
It's been a while since I've gone there, but yeah. Wait, that's him, dude. That's him hiding all these fake accounts. So if you see any of those accounts on there, for the most part, unless someone proves that they come in and they're normal and they just have normal discourse, then leave them be. they come in and they make remarks about me and my health and my other people in the chat. Just 86 of them. But now that I know how to do this, we won't have to worry about this going forward if I continue to go forward. I do have interviews coming, so now that I know what's going on, I can avoid this next time. So yeah, funny ways. It's a beautiful little lilting sort of I don't know, it's kind of a ballad, like a lilting ballad, and very clever from a compositional standpoint. That gets really funky and jamming in the middle with lots of cool synths and a great solo by Gary Green. Alucard, you said, was Dracula backwards, and interestingly, when they started to re-release these albums, and Steven Wilson started doing the reissues, and I don't know whether it's the same now or whether that label is still around. Their label is called Alucard. So that's that, yeah, which is funny. Let's see what we got here. Alucard, big moody synths, funky groove. Alucard is Dracula backwards. It's a ripper, lots of jammy interplay between the instruments and a group ensemble vocal, but it's mostly an instrumental throughout. Long tracks, or a long track rather. Isn't it quiet and cold? Very pastoral, very British pop baroque sort of, kind of Simon Dupree-ish from what I've heard, the little that I've heard. Killer song, love it. Love the violin, man. There's a violin all over this stuff, which when we get to King Crimson and David Cross joins, then you start hearing the violin come in to Crimson, but that was after the first two, I believe.
Yeah, that was like
probably
on the fourth album.
I think it was Lark's Tongue, fifth.
Yeah. I know there's some like strings and stuff on
well, Lizard has stuff,
Islands,
but it's not like a solo thing like they start doing on Lark's.
Lark's, yeah.
All right. Really, I love that song. Isn't it quite cold? Nothing at all. Long dynamic track that goes from proggy pastoral UK Brit folk to heavy psych prog, super jammy that reminds me of early Tull. Do you get that vibe at all? Like the very early Tull, first two albums.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Instead of the flute and guitar interplay, you got violin, you got keyboard, a lot more keyboards than you have in the early Tull, but it's still there. It's got that weird dynamic interplay that we start to see come out in Tull more by Thick as a Brick and Passion Play and those albums.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Like the whole mix too of like prog and folk and hard rock as well, just kind of all coming together. And I love the way they kind of seamlessly transition from the really light folk into the super heavy riffing and stuff in that song.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I think Jethro Tull was a little heavier in the guitar end. You had the acoustic stuff that Ian was doing juxtaposed with the strings and the keys that were always as an accent, not like as overly present, whereas in Gentle Giant, the keys are hugely present. They're in many ways, they're the dominant instrument other than the vocals, right? The vocals and the keys are kind of the dominant stuff. Guitar's solidly in there. The bass is quite good because Phil was a hell of a bass player, which we'll talk about. But the main problem with Nothing at All is the drum solo. I wish they would have left that off, but it's still a great track. Why Not? Excuse me. Is where did it go here? Sorry. Super killer bluesy groovy one that again adds a gorgeous British pastoral chorus or middle eight. Weirdly, this track reminded me a lot of early Mahogany Rush, the blues element of it. It had that strange vibe to it. And if it wasn't for the proggy bits in the bridge with Carrie Meniere singing, I really like Carrie Meniere's vocals. I always call him Kelly. The Queen, that's a bit of an instrumental at the end. It's kind of weird. That's really kind of unnecessary.
Yeah.
Giant burst onto the scene with an astonishingly well developed and innovative album comparable to very little else in the scene at the time, aside from perhaps some parts of Crimson The incorporation of medieval-inspired harmonies add a novel twist to the music, and the band's command of mood is masterful. Funny ways, for example, changes from a quiet folk ballad with trumpet flourishes into a jazzy jammer of a workout at the drop of a pin. Although the opening and closing tracks are a bit goofy, if you look between them, you'll see a big firm slice of early prog that at the point of its release was simply leagues ahead of the competition. Proof positive that Gentle Giant deserved to be considered among the top tier of innovating prog bands from the era. Weirdly, as I mentioned, people talk about this band sounding a lot like Crims in the Court of the Crimson King, which I just don't hear it. I don't hear it. This band was an OG prog band, but we're almost too weird to become as commercially successful as some of the name check bands like we talked about, like Floyd, like Genesis, like Crimson never became a household name, but in the circles of prog, they became pretty big. ELP, they just didn't have that song like that Lucky Man, or in Genesis' case. I mean, Genesis was big in the prog circles, but they didn't get really big until maybe like what? Probably Foxtrot or beyond a little bit. And that was more because of their live performances and the theatrics of Peter Gabriel. So, but they also, there's something that I noticed in here, and I don't know how much you're into these type bands, but bands like Caravan, the Canterbury scene, like Caravan or National Health or Soft Machine, Hatfield in the North, Soft Machine, Matching Mole, the Hugh Hewitt stuff and stuff like that. There's some crossover there that's unique to this band that the rest of the bands don't have at all. They just don't have that vibe.
Yeah, I think it's kind of I don't know, kind of just the quirkiness of some of the stuff to me. It's just like, and paired with the kind of folky elements, and I don't know. It's it's hard to put your finger on quite, but I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see, where else are we at here? Let's see, what do we got here? Hold on, what the hell is going on here?
That was it for the first album, right?
Yeah, Metal Kev. Somehow, how the hell did this idiot get in here and do this? Hang on a minute. All right, somehow, Metal Kev, I did not put you in timeout, and I don't know if Wade did. I doubt it. But Jeff Isn't Sick has hidden you. So how the hell did this idiot get in there into my moderator group? Man, dude, you're fucking pissing me off now really bad, you piece of shit. You are fucking with the people in my goddamn chat. What an asshole. What an absolute fucking asshole. Wade, see if you can figure out what's going on there from your end and let me know. I don't know how, but it looks like he's just very, very mentally ill. You think? How the hell did I do that? I only gave it to you and Ivan. Oh, Ivan. That guy was a liar then. There we go. Son of a bitch. That's why I'm not seeing him here. Hang on a minute, guys. I apologize for this. I really do. I'm really sorry about this. So the bottom line is I don't trust anybody. This Ivan Music guy here was actually the guy whose name I'm not going to mention. So I got to get rid of him because otherwise he's going to get rid of everybody in the chat. I mean, what kind of a weirdo does shit like this? What an absolute sick motherfucker. Yeah, I know. I'm going to get rid of him right now. I got to get at him. I got to figure out how I got in there.
Do you want me to start on,
or yeah, start
did you
start
want
on the net?
Me,
well, I was
play a track.
I was gonna play a song here. Hold on.
Figure that out while it's going.
Yeah. All right, there. I got rid of him now. I'm hoping that got rid of him there. What a piece of shit. By the way, I just want to say one thing. This guy's been a scourge all over the vinyl community, which I don't really consider myself part of the vinyl community. That's a group that kind of predominantly talks about vinyl, which I don't do. They don't typically like to get into the whole CD thing. And they come predominantly from a channel who, again, I won't mention that person's name because I'm not a fan at all. And I don't really care what that person thinks or says about me. Really could give a shit less about it. But this guy came in through that back door. And that's a problem. He's just made himself a complete and utter nuisance. I apologize to the people in my chat that are decent. Anybody that's coming in here and running into this, there's a guy out there. His channel, he was in here earlier under the name Pumping Vinyl. He's truly a reprehensible, awful person. He claims it's 9 million other people that are impersonating him. It's not true. It's very obvious it's him. Because if you go watch his channel, he's got 2 different videos up there where he just excoriates me and calls me names and calls my friend Stunty, who was on the other night, calls him names. You know, homophobic names, by the way, I might add. So hopefully that took care of it. But, you know, just unbelievable that this guy would do this. He's like the herpes of the fucking YouTube community. He's pops up as soon as you get rid of him in one spot, you know. All right, we'll see how that works. All right, we'll see how that goes. So sorry about that, guys. So let's do the songs here. All right, we're gonna do. What did we decide on this, Eric? We decided.
You had Alucard.
Alucard, yeah. So here comes that. Eric, mute yourself a minute while we're playing. All right. Sorry about this. I'm spending an inordinate amount of time trying to deal with this piece of garbage. I apologize for that. And we will do our best to move on from that. I was trying to figure out how to It looks like Metal Kev is back, which is cool, but unfortunately, I just, you know, some of this is new to me. I've never had to do this, so sadly, it's creating a lot of a diversion here. All right, let's see if that. I'm trying to wait. I'm trying to get, like, I can't actually see him because I got rid of him on my end. So I went into community moderation to fix it, and I can't see him, which is shitty. So give me a minute here.
If you go back in the chat and find one of the messages that he posted,
Yeah,
you
but
might be able to.
I did, but the problem is it's not. There was a group of people that were in here, huh?
Now Metal Kev's comment is gone again.
So he's still deleting people then?
Yeah, it popped up for a minute or two, and now it's gone. And now mine's gone as well.
What a fucking asshole. What an abject piece of garbage. I got to get this figured out for next time, man. I apologize to everybody that's posting and you can't see this dickhead pumping vinyl piece of shit. And it ain't Mark Glassman, and it's not Jason Rojas, and it's not all these fake accounts that this clown makes up. It's this pumping vinyl bald motherfucker. You know, balding, stupid, mentally ill, psychopathic garbage. He probably masturbates to pictures of me, I'm guessing, which would be fucking weird, but I definitely think he does. All right, so we're gonna stop the screen sharing. We'll get back to this. I mean, the fact that I gotta literally dedicate a half hour to this bullshit is really pissing me off. So, unfortunately, because I wasn't able to figure out ahead of time and make somebody a permanent moderator. Wade, I'm gonna make you a permanent moderator. I made Nate. Nate. You're boring. I can't say that. You're boring forums. I made him one, but not everybody's here all the time. So I have to have people that I know are going to show up to my streams. And unfortunately, he faked me with one of those accounts, Ivan's Music Man, which is an account. I'm just going to say it. Rachel's Ghost is the place where this creature spawned from. The creature from the Black Lagoon is what I call him. He came from there. He's just an awful human being. And I wish nothing on him but the very worst. Like the very worst. The blackest of worst. So we're going to have to just muddle through it. Wade, do the best you can. For those of you that are trying to post, I apologize. But right now, tonight, it might not happen because this guy is hell-bent on fucking with everybody that's not Wade or Oberheim, who are mods. And it's even removing my guest comments, which is fucked up, man. So I apologize for this. I'm not going to stop it. I could, but I'm not going to let him win. So we're going to move on to the next album. We're going to move on to Acquiring the Taste. Eric?
Yeah, I'll try to look into this too when
I'm talking, maybe you
or
can
something
figure
as well.
out if there's a way to get in there and get rid of him.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Second album, kind of a weird cover here. You know, you look at this and you're like, what's going on there? But anyway, do you want to do the write-up on this one?
Yeah, sorry. So, Acquiring the Taste comes out July 16th, 71. Recorded January to April. You see how now there's a short window of time that they have to record stuff. 3.5 months at Advision and Air Studios in London. It came out on Vertigo in the UK, and they get a US distribution here through Mercury. And again, Tony Visconti is the producer. It's his second and last one with them. It was the final album with to feature the original drummer Martin Smith. The song Pantagruel's Nativity is inspired by the book of Gargantua and Pantagruel by François Rabelais. Or Rabelais, I guess, probably. At 39 minutes, 29 seconds, it is the longest studio album the group ever released, which is crazy when you think about that. Like, it is nuts. The album was recorded at Advision and with engineers Martin Rushent, Big A, and Garibaldi, and at Air Studios in London with engineer Bill Price. So go ahead while I try to see if I can figure out what to do with this piece of shit.
Okay, I mean, yeah, this is definitely kind of a step forward from the debut, in my opinion.
You should mention real quick. You should mention the artwork real quick before we get too deep. If you look at it, it's a tongue,
Yeah,
and it looks like
I
it's
kind of
gonna
showed
be,
it already.
yeah. It looks like it's licking between two ass cheeks. So I guess they knew about rimming even back in '70s. But it's a
It's just a
peach.
peach, though.
They're gonna lick the peach. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You're getting your mind out of the gutter, Jeff.
I know it's terrible, but hey, by the way, I didn't give a rating on the first one. 8.75 out of 10 for me. By the way, there we go. So go ahead,
Yeah,
tear into it.
I didn't really rate them, but yeah, I'd probably be about that as well. Yeah, this album it's definitely already much more unique kind of than the debut. And it's one of their most diverse albums for me. Um, they do a lot of different things. You can definitely hear that they're trying to just branch out and, experiment with all kinds of different things and figure out where they're going to go kind of. Um, it's also one of their kind of darker, heavier albums, just kind of, um, in terms of kind of the overall tone of it. Um, I don't know, maybe it's partly the production too. It's hard to say, but it's also still really melodic as well. Um, and I mean, yeah, I remember the first time I put on Pantagruel's Nativity. It starts off with these weird like synth lines that are kind of creepy. Um, the acoustic guitar comes in and just these like really soaring vocals. I think it's Carrie Minier doing lead vocals on that one. Um, really interesting key changes. Heavy guitars come in, a lot of dissonant melodies and harmonies and stuff. And like, there's just the instrumentation on this song too. There's all kinds of stuff popping in, and I don't know. It's such a crazy song, but it flows so well, and it's amazing. Um, Edge of Twilight is really trippy and kind of abstract with a lot of weird key changes and stuff. The house, the street, the room is pretty intense, but really kind of quirky and weird. Um, Really cool how they pull off the really smooth transitions between the heavier and lighter sections in that one as well. Acquiring the Taste is kind of this little synth interlude, only a minute and a half. Wreck is super catchy. It's almost like a hard rock sea shanty kind of thing. Um, it's again, they're really masterfully transitioning from especially when they take it to the quiet section and the way it slowly builds up intensity and then just explodes back into the heavy section. Just awesome. The Moon is Down is lush and moody in the verses. Has a really pretty upbeat kind of jazzy midsection. Some of the like horn arrangements on that kind of remind me of like Hot Rats era Frank Zappa almost.
Oh yeah, huge.
Really cool stuff. That's probably one of my favorite tracks on the album. I mean, it's full of highlights, to be honest, though. Black Cat is like psychedelic jazz funk almost. Um, Lots of like pizzicato violin, where they're plucking the
Yes.
strings instead of
Yep.
bowing. Tons of wah guitar and vibraphone, I think, on that one as well, and a really weird kind of bridge section, but it just works. Um, and then Plain Truth is probably the most straightforward song on the album. Again, they kind of seem to close the album out with a kind of bluesier one on these first couple. Um, it's like just kind of straight up hard rock for a good part of it. Awesome guitar riffs, cool syncopated grooves as well. It's got another kind of cool quiet breakdown in the middle that turns into kind of a jam and then builds back into the kind of the original main section. Yeah, I love this album. This is like a probably like a 9.5 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, they start to really kind of hone in on what their vibe is. And one of the things that is very present here, but in a different way than say like a Pink Floyd, and certainly very different from a Yes and a Crimson and definitely Genesis, is there's a big blues element in here,
Yeah.
which you don't hear on those other bands. Floyd for sure, but the rest of them no. And the
Mm.
Floyd blues is more of a classic atmospheric sort of thing, whereas on here it's a little bit more pronounced, the blues thing, right? It's a little more straightforward.
Yeah,
But
but
it's
it's more
but
in the
it's wrapped in all, hang on, I was gonna say, it's wrapped in all the craziness that goes on around it.
yeah,
So in other
yeah.
words, where Gary does do some really killer runs and things, he often plays a lot in accompaniment with what the keyboard's doing. So if the keyboard's doing ba da 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 bow, ba da 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 bow, ba da da 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 da, he's playing lines that either are counterpoint to those or he's playing right along with it. So there's a different sort of vibe to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just not a straight up. It's not straight up like 12-bar blues. It's not like you're listening to
No,
Hendrix or Jimmy or Stevie Ray Vaughan or something.
yeah, I was gonna say is like I think the blues kind of element is more in the scales themselves than
Yeah,
the chord progressions, for
exactly.
instance. You don't get that kind of
Yeah, and you don't get a lot of in blues. You have a lot of bending. There's a lot of bending. You don't get a lot of bending in this. He plays a lot generally. He plays this more straight on the actual tones and semitones. He's not like doing the David Gilmour thing where he's bending up a third or a fifth or whatever.
yeah,
So that's what
yeah.
I think. That's what
This
I
one,
think that's what you mean by playing it more straight. Is he's not shaping the notes or the chords to fit into more of a blues scale. He's just playing pentatonic blues scale or maybe the blues scale with the
yeah,
fourth in it. You know what I mean? Um,
yeah. This this album too is I forgot to point out this is where they really start to bring in like a ton of different
yes.
instruments, even more
Yeah,
so
for
than the
sure. They
debut.
become a lot more multi instrumentalist, but they also become a lot more. There's a lot more polyphony going on here than there was in the first album, and there's a lot on the first album, but it's a lot more on this album. A lot more complex. The
Yeah. But it all works together so well. I mean, on paper, like you were saying before, on paper, you write all the instruments out and what's happening, and it sounds like a total
right.
mess, but it comes together and it's very cohesive
Yeah. So real quick
for
for
me.
me, Panagrul's Nativity, very experimental track. Lots of prog, jazz, all pop, some jazzy, groovy stuff in the middle. It's a potpourri of experimentation and coolness. The jazzy swing of the drums with the new drummer. Shit, what's his name? Oh, it's
No,
still the
it's still
same
the
guy.
same
That's
guy,
right. Yeah,
Martin
he's the
Smith,
next
I
guy.
think.
Yeah, sorry. Which I don't know his name. The Scottish guy. Fuck. James Weathers? Is it,
On the he comes in on Octopus.
I thought it was. Are you sure? No, it was. No, it was the third one.
No, there's
Three
the
Friends.
guy on Three Friends only did
Oh,
Three
he only did
Friends.
Three Friends. All right. Okay. All
Malcolm
right.
Mortimer.
You're correcting me there.
Yeah.
Sorry. You're right. There was just the guy that did this one album. That's right. Um, yeah, multi-part. This is when they start the real multi-part interweaving vocals, man. I mean, Pantagruels is just incredible, man. It's an amazing track. You're gonna hear that one, I think, aren't you? That's the one we chose.
You chose Wreck, but
I might do
mean,
both of those.
I'm
Yeah,
fine
they're
with
both
either
great.
one.
All right. Edge of Twilight, sort of a slow burn ballad with Kerry Manier on vocals. I really like his voice on the verse, and then ensemble on the bridge and chorus. House, the street, blah blah blah. The rest of it, complete weirdness, like listening to a chamber orchestra, lounge pianist, and crazed young kid playing on AI instruments at the same time. Very UK Brit prog and jammy, slightly metallic at all when Gary Green kicks in the solo section. Has a very Deep Purple sound. Did you notice that? Very early Deep Purple, like Mark 1, the first album or so. It's got that John Lord Hammond B3 sort of vibe going on. Killer track, again, reminds me of this one reminds me a lot of Thick as a Brick, meaning Passion Play. It's just that got that weirdness to it.
Yeah.
Acquiring's a sort of nice little whimsical interlude. Wreck, almost weirdly a bizarre chanty, like sea chanty sort of thing or something like that. Because it's got a gospel vibe to it. It's got a weird country groove to it, almost funk. The synth lines are a bit more proggy. The multi-vocal parts all over the place. I love this weird and creative track. The Moon is Down. Cool, jazzy, New Orleans type intro, multi-part vocals and counterpoint. Harpsichord Suite, quite a brilliant track. Beautiful track, which has so much dynamically going on, and it's crazy. They were writing tracks. They were writing very Queen-like tracks in 1971 with the vocals. Very Queen-like, just building and interweaving their vocal parts, right? Also, here's some Crimson Lizard era in the jammy parts, about 2 minutes in. Amazing song, man. Mind-blowing song, The Moon is Down. Black Cat, cool string-laden, vibes-heavy song. The harmony vocals are really sweet and trippy and serene and gorgeous, super jazzy and laid back. Very weird instrumental breakdown with tons of stinging and angular but melodic strings, plucked pizzicato stuff, like you said. The drums are really cool. They're almost like brushy. They're almost like a brushy jazz lounge sort of thing, almost. They're not brushy, but they have that sort of vibe to them. And Green does the meowing with his guitar, like,
yeah.
So there goes he doesn't do any bends. He does, but he might actually be using a slide. He might be going.
I think
a wah.
He's using a wah does that.
And a little bit of slide, I think, on there. Yeah. Plain Truth reminds me of the Dixie Dregs. This band many times throughout reminds me of the Dixie Dregs before the Dregs were even around. Dregs didn't come in a little bit later, but very, very, very much like that.
Well, yeah, it's interesting too. You mentioned Queen. I mean, the first Queen album isn't going to happen for another 3 years at this point, or
right.
Yep.
Yeah. 74, 3. So no.
Yeah, I think so. 3 or 4.
I'd have to look that up. I can't remember when. Queen and Queen 2, I believe. Or no, wait. Queen and then Queen 2 came out the same year as Sheer Heart Attack. I'd have to look that up. I don't remember what years they came out off the top of my head. But I think you're right. 74, I think, was it for Queen 1. So this is the transitional. Plain Truth reminds me of Dixie Dregs. Compositionally very jammy and riffy, and some killer guitar and violin solos. Killer closer, so damn musical and weird yet amazing. The crazy wild-drenched guitar solo or violin, I'm not sure which one it was in the middle of the song. Super killer. I think it might be violin, actually, with wah.
Yeah, I think it is.
Very transitional album away from the more tropish things that you'd think of, like Genesis and Yes, and those early prog bands. Uh, and even though you can, where you can spot the influences more on the first one, you can on this. You get into something completely different here. And the next 4 or 5 albums are just unique. They're developing their sound each album. They do kind of get formulaic, but not in formulaic like each song sounds the same. That's not it at all. But they have a formula that they followed to write some of these songs, is a better way of putting it. They kind of have the ballads, the pastoral British ballads. Then they have these weird wonky, ba-da-da-da-da-ba. They're almost jazzy. And then they have the more straight up prog tracks. So it's almost like 3 different bands are showing up. This is a 9.25, man. I really love this album a lot. Really dig it a lot. Yeah. All right, 3 friends. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to read off the info on it.
Did you want to
Oh, yeah, I'm going to
play a track?
Jeez, man. Sorry.
Pantagruel or Wreck? Whichever.
Let me see what's
They're
up.
both awesome.
Let's go with Pantagruel. I think we'll do both. We'll see how. Well, we'll see. We might circle back at the end. I guess we should just do one. So.
Yeah, we're already an hour and a half.
Yeah, I know. So. All right, let's get rolling on this. See how it goes. In the chat. Mute.
may have. I mean, yeah, again, I'm not looking at the thing myself.
You're talking over it. Mute yourself.
Yeah.
Eric, you gotta mute. You're talking over
Thanks.
it.
Check that out.
Talking
Thanks.
over it. Mute. Mute.
Thought I was muted. I'm muted on my mic and not on the.
The ships rising up from the sea to the sky crying, hey, yeah, hold on. Just one sorry scream and a desperate cry crying, hey, yeah, hold on. Their lives passed before them before they died. Hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. The sea yawns around like a boiling hell crying, and souls disappear with the toll of that bell crying. The arms of the sea, they are dragging them down, and sorrows and sins, they are lost as they drown. How strange when you think that the sea was their way, and the meaningless death is the price they pay. For their living was made from the deep, to their people in comfort and keep. People, the people and places there, never to be seen again, never to be loved, and their last embrace. And the kiss has a so bitter taste.
Give me one. Give me one. All right, guys. We're still trying to figure out how to get rid of this fucking scumbag. That's exactly what he is. And Eric and I are kind of doing a backdoor thing. We're trying to figure out how to get rid of him. So bear with me a minute here. The problem is, Wade, I can't see Kev on the when I go into the chat. That's the problem. So you can see what I can see right now. All I can see is Wade, me, and Fish Cult. I'm wondering how Fish Cult got in here because he's not getting kicked out. So I'm wondering, Fish Cult, I've seen you before, but I'm wondering. Now I'm wondering who you are. If you're another William account, you wouldn't be that guy, would you? Why would you be? This is just unbelievably maddening, man. William, I hope you're fucking getting off on this, you penis fuck. I said your name, you piece of shit. Go ahead and clip this shit, okay? Go ahead. You're seriously a one deranged motherfucker. Go ahead and take this shit and put it on Rachel's tomorrow, bud. Okay? Do it, you punk. What an absolute piece of garbage. All right, we got to get back to this. We'll get into this in a minute, all right? All right, you there? Hold on a minute.
Oh, I was gonna say what he wants ultimately is to make the stream about him, which is kind of what's starting to happen. So we gotta.
You want to hit him? Okay, Fish Cult's cool. All right, cool. All right, I got to figure out how to get rid of him. I saw him over in the moderation part, but he keeps somehow adding himself back in. What's your thing again? What are you again, Eric? Oh, wait. Yeah, send it to me.
I texted it to you.
Oh, you did text it. All right, thanks. All right, so let's get into the next one here. We'll get into the third album, Three Friends, released April 14th, 1972, recorded December 71 at Advision and Command Studios in London. He came out on Vertigo and also Columbia. So go ahead and jump into this one while I try to get rid of this douche. And I'll blow you up. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so this...
Again, real quick, my apologies to anybody that's in the stream that's trying to post. This idiot pumping vinyl, go over and just pepper his do not sub to him. Just go over and shit all over his channel. He's a scourge in the vinyl community. He's an asshole. This is what he's wanted to do with me for months. He's mentally ill, like literally mentally ill. Go watch his deranged rambles where he makes no sense and he's tangentially out in the middle of, fucking personality borderline disorder, big time. Narcissistic, malignant narcissist as well. Go ahead, Eric. Sorry, bud.
Anyway, yeah. Third album, This is their first concept album as well. This is the original. Sorry, it's not showing up very well on here, but the original European cover, I believe. And in the US and Canada, for whatever reason, it was released with this album cover. They just reused it, which is kind
Hey,
of
real
weird.
quick, Eric.
I mean, this
Eric,
is kind
hang
of
on
a,
one sec.
yeah.
I'm hoping I might have just potentially solved this. I made you the administrator over all the moderators. You should be able to have the ability to go in there and delete people and get rid of everybody and open up anyone you want that you know. Okay, like Metal Kev. I think.
Okay.
Don't do it now.
I'll check
Finish
into
what
that
you're doing right now.
in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, so this is kind of an objectively better piece of art,
Slightly.
but I don't know. I wanted the different cover
But wasn't
anyway,
that the
so
one that was supposed to be on
um
the first one, right?
what was?
Three Friends wasn't it supposed to be the first piece of art on the first album, or was it Acquiring the Taste? It had something to do with that. Let me see. Yeah.
I don't know. What I was saying is they released it with this cover in the States
Okay, gotcha. But there was something going
and
on there. There
Canada.
was something
But
going on between
anyway,
those two pieces of art.
these
Yeah, there
two?
was something going on there. I can't remember. Between those two, there's something that's happening there. I can't remember exactly what it was. But all right, Fishbowl,
Okay.
thanks, man.
Right.
Tim, I'm glad you're here, bud.
Um
I need to make you a wrench. We've been having William piece of
Yeah.
shit problems.
Shout out to anybody who's watching and isn't able to
Yeah, we
comment.
apologize.
But thanks for being here anyway.
Well, see, I don't know if I can.
Okay,
If I
so
cut it now, we gotta. Oh Christ, we gotta do this in two parts, and that really. But you know what? Maybe that is the only way to do this.
well, let's go a few more minutes here. Let's get through this album and see
All right.
where we're at, maybe.
Yeah,
That makes sense. Since we're already into it a little bit. Yeah. It's their first concept album, basically about you know, basically anyone can relate to this. Three friends in elementary school or whatever, school in general, and they kind of once school is over, they go their separate ways and, you know, um, just end up living totally different lives. Um, Overall, in sound, this is kind of more rhythmically complex and kind of a tighter sound to me. Um, Acquiring the Taste in a lot of ways is kind of it's very eclectic, but it's kind of loose and feeling to some extent. This is really like just tight. Um, they're adding a lot more like kind of overlapping vocal arrangements and stuff on this one. You can hear that coming into the sound more. Um, yeah, it's only got 5 tracks, I think, but they're all fairly long. Um, I guess six
right.
tracks, but yeah, some of their longer songs are on this one. Um, Prologue is kind of already a noticeable change from the previous albums. They're starting to play more with syncopation and really intricate kind of motifs that they're working with. Lots of tight interplay between the guitar and keyboards. School Days is really playful, kind of fitting, which fits the theme of that song lyrically. Um, some of the little guitar snippets kind of reminds me of like a precursor to like early 80s King Crimson a little bit, like Discipline era kind of stuff. Pretty cool. Sentimental and kind of contemplative song, but it's got an intense piano section in the middle. Um, Apparently, I was watching a bunch of interviews with these guys a couple weeks ago, and somebody said Carey came up with the do 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 that like main melody in the song. He just kind of played it on a piano randomly and would have like forgotten about it. But one of the other band members was like, "What's that? What are you playing?" And they ended up using it for the song. So kind of cool. Working All Day is pretty, pretty hard rocking. Lots of sax in this as well. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Van de Graaff Generator or like Gnidrolog maybe a little bit in spots. Cool slower bridge section with an organ solo as well. That's pretty awesome. Peel the Paint has some quieter kind of like staccato rhythms and stuff in the verses. Some really interesting kind of baroque sounding violin
Yep,
lines as well. Then it explodes into like a heavy prog uh, part with one of Gary Green's best solos,
I
I would
agree.
say. Just intense stuff and a lot of cool like delay and stuff on there. Sort of almost a drum solo underneath, but with the guitar over top, it works
I
for me
agree.
on this
Yeah,
one. Really tight too. The interplay between the guitar and drums. It's like I don't know if they what they had for click tracks back in the day, but if they didn't use a click track on this, I mean it's pretty impressive the way they were able to do that without having the bass in there in between to kind of hold things together. Um, Mr. Class and Quality is bouncy and driving with a fairly steady kind of groove throughout most of it, but there's lots of like syncopation and stuff that comes in. Really cool song. Three Friends is a bit slower and more atmospheric than most of the album. Man, that big like epic chord progression at the end with all the keyboards and stuff that it fades out is just awesome. Yeah, really great album. I will say of the first four, this one took me the longest to get into, but it's been a real grower for me. Like every time I listen to it, I like it more than I did the time before. So yeah, awesome album.
and I went.
Probably like a
Yeah,
9.25 out of 10 for me.
I went and looked at Pete Pardo, who's a huge guy that was really big into this. Hold on there. Hold on. All right, let's see if I got rid of him there. I'm trying to get through this, guys. Sorry. Yeah, just give me 1 minute. This has been, without question, William Pants Shitter. I'm going to get you back for this. Guarantee it. Um,
Oh, talking about Pete Pardo, I think he's the guy that originally I watched these big like back in 2017 or so. I he had these big his channel was a lot smaller then and he had these big long like videos where he showed a whole big stack of like he did a couple episodes on 70s hard rock and then he did a couple episodes on 70s prog. And I think that was the first place that I had ever heard of Gentle Giant. I think he pulled up Octopus or something, and that's when I originally checked
yeah,
these guys
I
out.
know.
So
I knew him from way back when, but definitely Pete has really raised the bar on those guys as far as like visibility. And he's had Derek, and I think he's had Carrie and a couple of the other guys on for interviews a couple of times. And by the way, we should mention too that Derek has a book coming out. I think October 3rd, maybe. I'm gonna put a link to it in the description then. So, all right, we'll see if that worked. If it didn't, we're just gonna have to. Anybody that's being deleted by this asshole, I apologize. He will go away the next stream because I did not make him a permanent guy. I can go in and just wipe all that shit out, and then I'll only go with people that I know, and I'll talk to them privately off of here so that I know we're cool. Because I have Tim's email address. Oberheim, if you know how to get a hold of me through Instagram, maybe do that, and I can verify that you're cool, which I think you are. And obviously, Tim, I've known you for a long time. Wade, I know you through Facebook and everything else. So I appreciate it, guys. All right, so real quick on this one. Prologue reminds me of, this is a weird one. It reminds me of Steely Dan if they were more adventurous proggy-wise. Maybe the late 70s Todd Rundgren. Long instrumental opening that's very groovy in a proggy sort of way. Killer cascading harmonies wrap around each other as the piano and keys, or as the piano and keys interweave. plus a guitar and bass snakes in and around and intertwines amidst the interlocking vocal lines. Long, jammy, synthy fade out to the end of the song. Great track, fantastic track. It reminds me of "Do It Again."
You could bring your. Oh yeah, I
It
can see
reminds.
that a bit. You could bring yourself back
Oh
up
yeah,
too if
sorry.
you want.
No
Worries.
Here he is. Somebody get rid of him. Gaslights and hand job. This guy is just relentless. What a fucking garbage human being. Anyway, all right. Where was I at? Yeah, "Do It Again." The song "Do It Again." Da 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 da. The sitar lead riff. That da 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 da. Yeah, hit me there then on the gas mask Facebook. I don't use it much, and it might take me a while to get there, or hit me on instant messenger there. Yeah, don't put your email address here, dude, because he'll start sending emails and he'll steal your identity. That's what he does. He steals people's identities. What he's doing actually is kind of illegal, and he could probably be kicked off YouTube forever for doing what he's doing. So, but he doesn't care about that because he's a nitwit. He's a Trumper. What do you expect? He's stupid, just like all those people are. School Days, mostly Fender Rhodes for the beginning of the song. Overlap multi-track vocal parts that layer and intertwine. And a lot of counterpoint between the bass and the piano. The synth kind of creeps in. I love School Days. It's beautiful. It's a Carrie Minier vocal, so it's really cool. Very British sounding. Working All Day. The keys and synths get a heavy workout on this one. Very Zappa-like. I know you mentioned that. Also very Peter Gabriel Lamb Lies Down on this song, I think. It's got that vibe. Peel the Paint, quirky intro into a very Jethro Tull sounding type song with huge strings, gorgeous keys, and quirky killer guitar solo. Yeah, don't trust that one. Just in case. I'm going to have to say it every time somebody new comes in. And tons of synths, keys all over. A really fun track. Probably my least favorite one on there. And Three Friends is sort of an almost hymn-like track, which you do get some Mellotron on this one. You get that Mellotron's all over the last song. Very good. It's an 8.5 out of 10. I don't think I like it as much as Acquiring or the first one. A lot of people like this one as their favorite, but it's not mine. So, like I said, Eric, I made you the moderator of everything. So I don't know what that allows you to do, but if you go into the YouTube chat, like up on the YouTube, like maybe you can get in there and access certain things and get rid of people. So
It's not as much as I hoped.
Developing the formula.
I was able to time one of the
Fake accounts out.
Accounts out for like 24 hours.
He'll just bring another one in because it's what he does. He's just been doing it. He's relentlessly stupid, relentlessly terrible.
Yeah, this one, like I was saying, like this was the biggest grower for me from the first 3 albums. Like it kind of took me a while to really get into it, but
it's
really
got that vibe.
Now.
We'll see shortly where it ends up on the end there. We may actually, Eric, have to think about cutting this at like 3 hours or so, maybe 4 at the most. And what we don't finish up, we just do in a part 2. Because I don't want this to be a 7-hour stream, and I do want to play some songs. And the problem is, if you keep going with him, he's just going to continue. It's like, first of all, this guy is ragging on me to get a job, and it's very clear he doesn't have a job. He sits around drinking beer in gazebos all day, and stays up all night, on a Thursday night. He's out drinking beer in the afternoon. He's probably an Uber driver. My guess is he's an Uber driver. And look, the world needs those kind of people too. Maybe he works at McDonald's, has different shifts or something like that. Who knows? Maybe he works at perhaps maybe like a gay bathhouse, handing out towels and soap and things like that. That might be something that he would do, I would think. Probably some of that kind of stuff goes on. He lives in Minnesota. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Doesn't he live in Minnesota? I think he lives in Minnesota. And they probably have a lot of those gay bathhouses out there, so, which is fine. I'm totally supportive of LGBTQ, but this guy, he's a gay bathhouse guy. All right, so I don't know if he has a wrench. That's the problem. If somebody got rid of him, great. That's where I made the mistake. It was that Ivan
Well,
guy. Who do you see as wrenches?
yeah. So far it looks okay for
All
the
right.
last few minutes. So let's,
Maybe you got him. All
you
right.
know.
And I apologize to anybody that was kicked out because of him, where he was deleting people in the chat. That was his whole design. He couldn't get to Wade and he couldn't get to Oberheim because they were moderators. He couldn't kick them out. He was actually kicking Erik out before I made him the moderator, chief moderator. So, which I'm going to leave that like that. So, I'm not sure how Fish Cult was getting through. I'm surprised he didn't get rid of you, dude, but he didn't. So, all right, we're going to move on.
Maybe he is not a moderator anymore.
Let's hope. Let's hope. So, yeah, that's an 8.5 out of 10 for me. It's on par with acquiring, but I like acquiring just a little bit more. Maybe with is what I said. Maybe with a few more listens, this one might move up in the rank like it did for you. So again, my apologies to everybody that was fucked over by this idiot that came into the chat, unleashed mayhem. We hope we got rid of him, but I don't know. Looks like, yeah. But any name that Wade that you don't recognize as a regular with me, watch them because it's probably him. He literally has 15 or 20 different fake accounts. The other night, Wade, he tried to get in for 2.5 hours straight after I kicked him out, after leaving him on. I made a fatal mistake there. So he's also talking shit on Stunty and, just an awful herpes-like human being. So, all right, Octopus, the 4th album here, comes out this.
Did you want to play a track?
Yeah. Man, got me so fucked up here. All right, what was I gonna do on this one? I forget.
You had Working All Day.
What else is on here that you might want to hear?
I would have probably picked Mr. Class and Quality.
We'll do that.
But
now we'll
whichever.
do that one since that's the one you want to hear.
It's a little bit shorter, I think,
right,
too. Oh, I guess they're actually no. It's longer.
Well, now we'll go with this one. It's cool. All right, we have to mute ourselves, man, because we didn't last time. So, all right, muting myself now, and then playing. All right, there we go. That was a little better. Don't know if we've solved the problem entirely, but I think we're close. So the next time around, I'm going to make Oberheim, Tim, Nate, and you and Wade mods, okay, going forward. And anyone else that comes in that I don't know, not happening. Because I trust those people and I'm going to talk to them privately so that we know we're all good. So thank you to those of you that have endured this shit. Kev, Metal Kev, you in particular, man. I'm very, very sorry about how this has gone down, dude. It was not me. It was not Wade. It was nobody. It was this piece of garbage on the other side here. And you were here the other night when he was here all night long. So, all right, let's see. Let's get now. I think we can move hopefully a little quicker. Octopus, the album.
Yeah.
Comes out December 1st, 1972. Recorded July 24th through August 5th, 72 at Advision London. And you can see that comes out in 72, and so did Three Friends. So that's 2 albums. Also, we looked at there was 2, wait, no, I guess it was 70 and 71, right? Yeah, 70, 71. 2 albums in 72. That's how they used to start cranking them out, man. Get them on tour, get them to put new stuff out. So Octopus is the 4th studio album by British progressive rock band Gentle Giant, released in 72. It was the band's last album, which all the Shulman brothers were on. Phil Shulman leaves, I believe, right, Phil? Or did I get the wrong one?
Phil left.
He was a founding member.
Yeah.
John Weathers comes on, and he's been the drummer ever since. John is the drummer. Funny guy, man. He's a pretty entertaining dude. His interviews are pretty great. And he remained in the band until their dissolution in 1980. It remains a highly regarded example of progressive rock genre and is generally considered to represent the start of the band's peak period. And we should note that the American version is the one that Eric's going to hold up here. This is the artwork for the American version. Is yours the die cut?
No, it's not. Yeah, it had the little, these little bits chopped out.
Yeah, some of the early ones are die cut.
So it was,
I believe. Some of the early ones are die cut. I don't know if it's the whole way through. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it
and
was.
Then the other cover, which will show when I pull up to do the music, is their only Roger Dean cover, and it's a killer cover. I love that cover. Would love a shirt with that on it, but I got this one instead. Are you looking it up to show? There we go. It's hard to see.
Yeah, you probably can't.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. I'll pull it up when we go to show or play songs. All right, let's see what else we got here. Yeah, I think I got everything covered there. Album cover. Yeah, the album cover screams prog, and when you get inside, you know it's prog, but in a fairly new and uncharted way. It's multi-rock, as I read somebody talk about. Let's see. Here we go. All right, so you want to – how about I go first on this one? Advent of Panurge. Really cool, funky, almost –
You want to pull yourself back up?
I do that even when I'm not flustered, so I forget. I pull guys up and highlight them and then forget and talk over it. Advent of Panurge, really cool, funky, almost slightly sinister sounding song. Once again, touches of Yes and Genesis, and yet completely unique, as no one was doing the multiple counterpoint vocal lines sung as a sort of ensemble like this. Lots of groovy, killer piano, organ, and synth lines running concurrently, and tasty guitar by Gary Green. Munir and Derek Shulman are the co-leads on this one. Raconteur Troubadour, very British and soft machine, caravan-like. Lots of violin on this one. I'm not good at counting, but I would wager this is not in 4/4. Very few of their songs are in 4/4, I'm guessing. I don't know for sure because I can't count very good. You'd have to sit. Eric, you're a drummer, so you probably would be able to tell it, listening to it.
I'm playing the song in my head right now, trying to figure it out. I think some of it's in 5, but I think it's switching around all over the place, to be honest.
Which was their thing. They did that, shifting time signatures all the time. All right. Lots of cool organ on this one. Big melody lines all over the place. Piccolo trumpet makes an appearance. I'm not sure if that's Derek or who's the other. What's the other Schulman brother name?
Might be
Phil. No,
Phil?
Phil's one that left.
Yeah, no, he's still on this album though. He
Oh,
left
okay.
after
Right.
this.
Maybe it was Phil.
He has credited as
Okay, there you go,
trumpet
Phil.
on here. Derek is on
And
alto
who's the other
sax.
Schulman? I forget. Ray.
Ray.
Ray's a bass player.
Yeah.
Primarily the bass player.
Yeah. Bass, violin, guitar, percussion,
everything.
vocals.
I mean, that's a crazy thing. All these guys could fucking play every instrument. Very good.
I could read this
Right,
off real quick. Carrie Minear, all keyboards, vibraphone, percussion, cello, Moog, lead and backing vocals. Gary Green, guitars and percussion. Derek Schulman, lead vocals, alto sax. Phil Schulman, saxophones, trumpet, mellophone, lead and backing vocals. John Weathers, drums, percussion, and xylophone. So yeah, they're all doing multiple things. And they only expand from here too.
All right. So let's see. Where was I at there? Damn it! I lost my.
Cry for Everyone.
Hold on. Sorry. Come on. All right. Lost my note.
Sorry, I interrupted.
All right. So, Cry for Everyone, pretty much the straight ahead hard rock song on the album. Heavy riffs, amazing bass playing. You can just hear the bass runs all over these songs. It's great, which you don't hear in a lot of other music. I don't remember hearing a lot of great bass in Genesis, to be honest with you. You do, and yes, of course. Crimson depends on the album, but generally you get a lot of bass there. If it's Wetton era stuff, you get a lot of bass. If it's Greg Lake, you get a fair amount of bass. So it just depends. ELP, do you even get any bass? I guess Greg Lake played bass and guitar.
Yeah.
So he was back and forth.
More bass than guitar.
Yeah, because he was singing over a lot of those.
Keyboards kind of take up the guitar.
Yeah, he would
slot.
He would sing over a lot of the bass lines, then come in and atmospherically accentuate with guitar for that. Yeah. So most prog bands in the 70s weren't this gender bending in terms of how much they mixed so many genres into a powerful, unique mix before. Three Knots, mostly a cappella, opens with Zappa-like quirkiness, xylophones, and violin wankery. Reminds me a little bit of Hot Rats. Very Hot Ratsy at times because of the violin, Jean-Luc Ponty. Very complex song. Crazy complex vocal arrangements. Gonna play that one. Sounds like no one but Gentle Giant, and maybe a slight nod to that same era of Zappa, but more grandiose and a prog rock sort of standing. It's crazy to me that they got these the vocal stuff at 3 minutes, which you'll hear, is stunning to me. They got these kind of sounds in 1972. Boys in the Band, killer interplay between keys and synth, guitar, bass, so much more counterpoint going on here. It's really crazy. Great instrumental that doesn't just return to repetitive sections. You hear familiarity, but they add new dimensions every single time for a 4.5 minute song. It's crazy. Dog's Life, again, quirky is the main word I think of. Weird mix of odd styles and complex, almost avant-garde writing, but yet always couched in a distant UK Brit sound. There is an odd catchiness that is most of their material, except that it's so odd and obtuse that you fall into the what the fuck is this category most of the time. You're just like, what is this? Think of Me with Kindness, more of a standard radio piece. I suppose that again has a more of a streamlined sound than the crazily adventurous elements of the rest of the album. This could be a Billy Joel track if you listen to it just right. Put Billy Joel's vocals on here, and you'd be like, I want you just do it. It's kind of got that weird vibe to it, right? Piano. It's like a piano ballad. It's their most calm track on here, I think. Interesting, there was a little note here. This is like an after the breakup song. After we would wonder if our ex ever still thinks of us with kindness, it's like we need to feel that we were somehow important, that it was real for them as well. Some people love today and forget tomorrow. Some people love forever. That's what the lyrics kind of remind me of. And River, quite solid, mostly standard rock song. Lots of violin and keys interplay. Probably my least favorite song on the album is River. A lot of people rave about that song, but that's the one that I kept coming back to, going, yeah, it's not doing it for me. Wild and theatrical journey through some of the most playful and complex prog rock ever made, blending symphonic prog, avant prog, neo-medieval folk. The band crafts an eccentric sound marked by uncommon time signatures, quirky instrumentation, and dense arrangement. There's a childlike energy to it that reminds me a bit of Frank Zappa. Fun, chaotic, but still masterful. Even though I'm not usually drawn to a folk or heavy prog, there's something about Gentle Giant's charm that makes them sort of stand out. Octopus doesn't hit mainstream heights as some of the other prog rock peers. We've mentioned them. They got big hits and got big things that happen for them. But it's complex without being pretentious. That's a key thing. It's complex without being pretentious. It never sounds like they're wanking the fuck off for 20 minutes just because they can. Everything has its place, and it comes and it goes. It comes and goes, but it never outstays its welcome when the complexity is going on. But when you step back and you look at a whole track, you go, wow. You're just like, as a musician, you're a musician. I'm a musician. I'm just like, I can't conceive of composing this kind of music. And I'm a decent guitar player, but it's not in my brain, my DNA, my brain chemistry to come up with this kind of a track of a sound. Let's see. And it's packed with enough imagination to feel like it's a fairy tale. You're living a fairy tale through the music. So 9.25 out of 10. It's not my favorite, though, believe it or not. It's close. So there you go. You go ahead. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Jeff made a good point there about like the how unpretentious this stuff is. I mean, yeah, they get very complex, very technical. It's super obvious that they're master musicians. To me, anyway, it all feels very intentional, and the complex parts to me, it just sounds like they're having fun. You get to a certain level on whatever instrument you play, or you can play multiple instruments. You start jamming or whatever with other people, you're gonna, it's all about having fun, and I think that's where you kind of tip over that line into being pretentious is if you're actually trying to show off. It never sounds like these guys are trying to show off. They're just enjoying what they're doing. To me, anyway. I mean, I'm sure there's people that would listen to this and think it sounds ridiculously pretentious, and I get that. But yeah, for me, it all makes total sense. And another point that you made as well is like, yeah, I don't know if there's a song here and there that could have been a hit, like say Wreck or something like that. But most of the songs, I mean, even if it's a straightforward one for most of the runtime, they'll throw in a really weird avant-garde kind of part, which, I mean, people hearing it on the radio would just hit the off switch. I mean, 90% of people, it's just the weirdos like us that appreciate stuff like that. So
you're right. The weirdos like us.
Yeah. Yeah, this album to me is kind of a continuation of the sound that they started on Three Friends, but it's more developed and it's more diverse to me.
It's also, Eric, if I might add, it's also a lot more streamlined. They don't go for the 7, 8, 10-minute songs.
Yeah.
Although I don't think anything was 10 minutes on Three Friends. I think the longest one was about 9.
A couple of 7s.
I thought there was a 9-minute track on there. No?
There might be an 8.
8.
No, I don't think there is. I think it's
yeah, I could have swore there was an 8-minute track.
I think Peel the Paint is almost 8, but
okay.
Anyway.
But that, I mean, to be honest with you though, I what's the longest song here? 6 at the most? I think it might be the first song, right?
Maybe. Yeah, probably around 6, I would say.
It's I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I don't have it pulled up, but
yeah, 6 minutes for The River, I think, is the long one.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
5:52.
that's the long one, and
Longest
that's
song.
not even 6 minutes. So most are in the 4.5 minute. There's even the instrumental, I believe, is 3:11 is Dog's Life, 4:34. So they're condensing a lot of their madness into shorter songs.
Yeah.
Now they do have some
And
long
I
ones.
mean, even like some of the earlier tracks, like Three Friends, I mean, they never made a big epic like so many of those other
Yeah,
bands
they didn't
did.
do like a Close to the Edge or a
No.
In the Court of the Crimson King, or or no, that's
Yeah.
Epitaph. I think is the long one on there. Or yeah,
Or Moonchild. Moonchild's the longest one on there, 12
you're right.
minutes or whatever.
That's
But
like 12 minutes. Yeah, Moonchild. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
or Lizard would be their kind of epic.
Lizard's like the
But
big long
yeah, I mean,
sidewalk track. Yeah,
yeah, the longest song they ever did was on the first album,
yeah,
Nothing at All, which is about 9 minutes,
9 minutes.
but
Yeah,
it's a couple of those minutes are a drum solo. And the longest song they had after that, I think, is still under 8 minutes. So yeah, they never like really went way out and did a big epic like that. They were kind of more compact and concise. Anyway, songs on this one. The Advent of Penurge. Yeah, first song I ever heard from the band because this was the first album I ever heard. So cool. That overlapping kind of vocal intro. Man, that groove they drop into though, it's so heavy. It's kind of funky but dark and menacing. It's so good. Um,
they do a lot of funk,
and
but it's not.
yeah,
They do a lot of funk, but it's not fucking Motown funk. It's a
no,
different.
no,
It's prog funk, is what it is. It's so weird, right? It's like
yeah,
you don't hear James Brown going, "I feel good," ba-da-da-da. It's not that kind of a funk. It's more like a quasi weird their own thing that they do.
yeah, and they
You know,
yeah, just kind of bouncy, but
yeah.
I don't know. And they kind of really start to do that on this album, and I think it is a lot due to John Weathers on drums.
I think you're
In one of
right.
the interviews I listened to or watched, um, I think Derek described it as having somebody that's like this instead of like this,
Yeah,
because
yeah. Like a
they were
metronome.
talking about how Malcolm Mortimer was a great drummer, but he was much more busy kind
Like
of
an
player.
octopus. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
no pun
right.
intended. Right.
Yeah, whereas John Weathers is like he's extremely good at following all the weird developments that these songs go through, but at the same
Without
time,
overplaying.
he
Without
he
overplaying.
he exactly, and he holds everything together
Yeah.
with that backbeat that he does or whatever, just the
You're right.
steady
He's a
rhythm.
very in the pocket groove drummer that
Yeah.
you get that feel. He's got that jazz swing kind of to everything, and everything's just like. And you're right. If you watch it, man, he's into it, man. His head's always.
Yeah.
He's like
Yeah, he's
feeling the
always-
beat. And in some of the live stuff you see them, which I did watch some in studio live stuff, they all keep looking back at him like, let's follow that guy, man. That guy's taking us straight on through to the other side. That's a different band. Never mind.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Advent of Panurge. Yeah, it's really melodic in places, and then it gets really dissonant as well. This band as well, like they did, I don't know, they really play around with dissonance a lot, even compared to
But
to a lot of other prog bands. To
but
me,
but you got to be careful with dissonant, because to a lot of metal guys, that's like, okay, now we're talking gore guts, we're talking tritones, we're talking, it's not that kind of a dissonance. It's a lot, and you know what it is? It's counterpoint is what it is. It's one thing playing a melody line one way and something else coming in a way that you wouldn't typically do it that way.
yeah,
But when it offsets, it sounds a little like weird. But you know what's weird is? What's really weird is once you get 2 or 3 or 4 albums in on this band, you go, oh yeah, that's the Gentle Giant sound. That's
yeah,
you wouldn't expect it to be anything else but that then. Because that's why
Yeah.
when we get to the last 3 albums, it's weird because it doesn't sound right. You know what I mean? On most of the tracks. They're too straight at that point. They're playing it too straight.
yeah. I guess what I'm getting at is like I don't know music theory or anything like that, but like they don't they don't go for the really crazy dissonant notes, but just some of the intervals between things that they use for
Are
harmonies
unusual.
and stuff are
They're
just a
unusual.
little bit weird. You
Yeah, a
know, they're
little
not the
unusual.
typical
Yep.
good sounding ones.
Yep.
Um, yeah, Raconteur Troubadour, really like kind of medieval sounding
Yeah.
almost. Um, Pretty stripped down instrumentation, a lot of like violin and keys in that one with some actually really good tambourine playing. I don't know, tambourine doesn't usually stick out to me, but it really works in that one. A Cry for Everyone, yeah, definitely like one of their more straightforward kind of hard rock tracks, but it also has a bit of like almost medieval kind of jazz in there. They throw that in, of course. Knots is insanely intricate, especially the vocal arrangements. Um, and it's pretty quirky and fun for the first bit, but then it gets heavy like halfway through as well. Really intense. The Boys in the Band is an upbeat instrumental, lots of memorable melodies on that one. You can tell that they're just having a lot of fun. A Dog's Life, really quirky, cool string arrangements on that one. Um, Not my favorite song on the album, but it's still fun. Think of Me with Kindness, yeah, definitely like a piano-led kind of ballad. You can hear some like classical influence in that as well. Flows really beautifully, honestly. And River, I don't know, I love this track. It's complex but melodic, and it it's catchy as well, and it kind of feels like it has a little bit of everything that these guys do really well. And a great way to wrap up the album, in my opinion. Um, I mean this one too, like I said, it's the first one I ever heard, so I'm probably biased towards it a little bit, but I think it's one of their most diverse albums and
Oh yeah.
also just really memorable. A lot of great melodies and catchy stuff on it. So
Sure.
um another like 9.5 probably for me.
Yeah. This is. I don't know if you look on Rate Your Music. This one is, I believe, the second highest ranked. Maybe the third highest or second highest.
Yeah,
I
it's
do know this
third.
one is one of their better sellers.
Yeah. It's it's got it's their third most highest rated, but it's got like the most ratings by far. So
Yeah,
it's their
it's the
most
most.
popular, I think.
It's kind of the one that everybody kind of goes to, and I do think that this artwork's a lot of the part of the thing. Now that's just a
Yeah.
snippet of the whole front of it. I guess I can do. Let me see. Hold on. Let me pull up the.
Yeah, the original gatefold artwork is pretty awesome. Of course, I mean it's Roger Dean. Great.
Right.
So,
Let me do that real quick. Opto first full album cover. Yeah, right here's. All right, so here's the actual cover of the album. We'll dip that out for a minute here. With this one, I think that's it right there, right? The full one.
that's looks like a weird kind of
Oh
version of
wait,
it, but
wait. Someone pulled. So there you go.
yeah,
That's the.
there you go.
There's an old gatefold right there. That's someone blew up.
Yeah,
Some of it took the thing off, and then you come over here. This is the one you showed right there. All right, so there's that. Let's go over to here. Let's see what's showing. You always problem with this is you got to freaking bop between stuff. So we'll do that Advent of Penners. We'll do knots. It's about 9 minutes. So all right,
right.
mute.
Over Chariton Bridge. Look, do you see the man who is poor but rich? What do you wish and where do you go? Where'd you go? Where are you? Where you from? Will you tell me your name? Rest a while, call me your friend. Please stay with me, I'd like to help. Then he said, how can I speak when I'm dry? How can I speak when I'm dry? So bring me aid and I'll answer your dear friend in need. I'd like your help. Please take me home. I'll stay with you. Look at my friend, look around my friend. Look at my friend, look all round you. Look at my friend, take all round you. Look at my friend, look all round you. Hey, friend. Look at my friend. Him home and provide for his needs and his shelter. This day was done as no other than life. Faithfully their vow was made, and from that day they were as one. All in all, each man in all men, and all men in each man. He can see, she can, she can see, she can see whatever. You may know what I don't know, but not that I don't know it. But I can tell you, so you will. tell me all man in all men in each man can she can see whatever you may know what I don't know what I don't know what I can't do, so you will have to tell me all. It hurts him to think that she is hurting her by him to think that she thinks he is she thinks he is making her feel guilty hurting him by thinking she wants him to hurt he wants him to get him to want to hurt she pretended she wants him to get she pretends. So you will have to tell me all. I get what I deserve. I deserve what I get. I have it, so I deserve it. I deserve it for I have it. I get what I deserve. I deserve what I get. I have it, so I deserve.
Man, that song is so killer. It's so weird. You know? It's just such a weird track. It's so damn good.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Yes, I am. These are the band YouTube channel. So they're getting all the money. I'm like, you know, I'm such a grifter that I play the band's official videos so they get the money that I could have gotten because I'm a grifter, you see. See how that works? I'm so smart, I figured that out, that if I play their YouTube video, they get the money and I don't. So anyway, I do want to thank everybody for kind of back to normal, man. They're running. I guess he ran out of, maybe drank himself into a stupor. We can only hope that he drank himself to, you know what, the D word. I'll just stop there. All right. So those are the two tracks from there. We're gonna move a little quicker now, just so we're not here all night. And I understand if people gotta drop out because we're pushing midnight. But I don't know, Eric, are you committed to getting it done tonight?
I'm good for whatever you're
It's probably going to take
willing to do.
with
So.
the playing the tracks. Probably had 2 hours, I would guess. So I'll try to make it quicker, but I don't have as much notes the deeper in here. Next 2 albums, I still have notes, and then I kind of taper off a little bit. So I appreciate everybody being here very much. Real quick, I wanted to tell you, everybody go sub up to Erik if you haven't. He doesn't do a lot. He's not really able to do streaming and stuff like that because he lives out in the middle of bumfuck somewhere. I'm not even going to say where.
Well, theoretically, I could,
Well,
but I've been too busy
but also
with
to spend
stuff
for you
lately.
to spend $400 on YouTube is not a prudent expenditure right now for a streaming app, and that's how much they are a year. So it's that's something to throw out at everybody, guys. In November, my restream changes, and let's say I'm well enough to continue going. I don't think that's going to be the case at all, but according to that guy, the troll who says I'm not sick, I should still be here for years to come to buy more streaming. I can tell you right now, at $400 a clip next year in November, I'm not going to be able to do it unless people help me a little bit. I'm just being honest. I live on SSD, Social Security Disability. I live on $1,999 a month. That's it. Yes, I buy a lot of, I guess you could say, well, if you don't buy all the CDs and stuff, you could afford it. Yeah, well, okay. I got a car that was demolished by a hit and run 3 weeks ago. I got to figure out how to pay. And I just don't know how I'm going to keep doing it. So if people want to see more content, you might have to help me a little bit. Not a lot. Maybe buy a T-shirt. Maybe throw a super chat in here and there. Would be very appreciated. Doesn't have to be a lot, but it would help, okay? Because I got to make a decision soon about whether I'm going to continue to do that in 2 months or so. And I've got some cool stuff coming up. Stephen Wilson on September 3rd is coming in. I got Hari from Hooded Menace coming in tomorrow. I've got Matt from Cryptopsy coming in later this week or next week, I think. I've got Evokin. Evokin just dropped a monstrous new album that I can't remember the damn name of. Way to go, Jeff. Something with an M, but anyways. It's killer. Gonna have Vince and John on from Evokin. Not sure of the date just yet. Might have the Diva guys in, the Crypt Sermon Diva guys, because they've got a gig in 2 Saturdays from now, and I invited them on. We'll see if that happens. So there you go. That's some of the stuff that's coming up. Plus, Kirk Winstein, that I'm going to get that edited this next few days and get that out. It's a great interview. One of my best, I think. One of my coolest, certainly. And Kirk and I want to do something again in about a month and a half or two relative to the Sun Don't Shine band, which is with Kenny Hickey and Johnny Kelly, Todd Strange. And we may be getting a couple of those guys to join us, which would be super badass, right? So I got you, Wade. Thanks, buddy. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna keep you as a mod when we go forward as permanent mods. You and Erik, probably Oberheim, I think, and Nate. I think those will be my guys for now. I'm trusting you, and Tim. Sorry, and Tim too. So, all right, moving on to album number. Right, we can move on, right? Can we move on? Help me out.
Yes.
Just help me out, my mind out a little bit here. All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Cheers, Wade. Cheers, Wade. Always good to see you in streams.
All right. We are on the 5th album. In a Glass House comes out September 21st, 73. Recorded July of 73 at Advision in London. Vertigo and WWA, Worldwide Associates, I guess. I'm not sure. This is produced by Gary Martin and Gentle Giant. This is the first album without Phil in the band. So it's not the three brothers anymore. And so there you go. We'll get into this one here. You go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, just a quick little weird thing. This is I think this is an original press that I got. It's got kind of 2 different pictures of the guys in the band.
Oh, look at that.
Overlap. It's just
I don't know.
Weird color like cover. Yeah, this is like a clear plastic thing in here, and then this isn't the inner sleeve either. It's just like a one-sided insert. Just kind of strange.
Oh, it's just like a litho or something, or like a poster.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. This album, I think, was kind of infamous as well because it was very hard to get in North America back in the day. they didn't
Yeah,
really
they didn't have
release it here.
distribution.
You had to get it
Yeah, they
as an
didn't have
import.
distribution. So you had to pay
Yeah,
back in the 70s. You probably had to pay about $15, and that's a lot back then. Man, a lot.
yeah. And I mean, this still isn't, it's not that easy to find for a decent price. I mean, my
Where'd
copy's
you
a
get
little
it
beat
at?
up and
Discog?
stuff, but
You know what you paid
Discogs,
for it?
yeah. But from a seller in Canada, it's hard for me to justify buying stuff very often
Yeah,
from anywhere
the
else
exchange rate.
these days
Yeah,
just because of the shipping rates. But anyway, yeah, great, great album. It kind of marks a bit more of another little shift in in their sound for me anyway. Um, let's see, pull up my notes here. This is the one as well, which does it also has a lot of long songs. They kind of did it on Three Friends, then they went shorter on Octopus, and then back to longer songs on this one. I mean, you got 6 tracks. Um, I guess I lied. There's 2 songs on here that are
yeah.
over eight
There
minutes.
is some songs on there.
And then 2 that are over 7 as well, and then a couple shorter ones. But yeah, so pretty long. Um, interesting kind of production on this one. It feels a little more
I agree.
trebly
I agree.
to me.
Right.
Some of the guitar lines, even in like the
They
Runaway,
break
are
up.
like
They almost break up.
almost like
Yeah. Yep.
piercing. Yeah. Um, but it kind of works once you kind of acclimatize to it. Um, it's not, I don't like the production quite as much as on
Yeah,
Octopus,
there you
but
go.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the master tapes for this are
That's right. So
lost. No one
Steven
knows where
Wilson,
they
when he
are.
was going to do this, couldn't. He had to recreate some sort of a thing for the Atmos mix or the 5.1 mix. He had to recreate like a kind of like a fake, an actual not real master tape take. I don't remember the intricacies of that, but
Yeah, I watched an interview with these guys. It was most of the band. It was Carrie, Derek, um, Gary, and
everybody but
John
Phil.
were all on an interview.
Everybody but
What's
Phil.
that?
I think Phil had passed away, or maybe he wasn't gone. No, he wasn't gone.
Yeah. Uh, no. Let's see. No, Phil's still alive, but like he hasn't been in the band for so long. I mean, he
Oh,
left
that's right.
after Octopus,
He was
right?
off that album. And
So, but Ray passed away a
that's
couple
Ray
years
that I
ago.
was thinking of. Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Ray apparently had a
yeah,
long sort of
but
illness that they won't really talk about. So
yeah, yeah. I'm trying to figure out the channel it was on. Anyway, all 4 of those guys were on an interview that also uh shit. I had his name in my mind a minute ago. Ah, played with Zappa and stuff. He had a band
Mike
called Beer
Keneally,
for
Mike Keneally. I
Dolphins.
saw that same
Ah,
interview. It's on
yeah, Mike Keneally.
Make Weird Music.
Okay,
Make Weird
yeah,
Music, I think, is the one you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah,
great
something
interview.
like that. Yeah. Um, yeah, that was really cool. And yeah, they were talking about that, and then I think it was Mike actually who brought up that point that you can kind of do stuff with AI and whatnot and try to kind of go back in, and I don't know how any of that works,
Neither do
but
I.
yeah. So they went, oh, okay, like we'll look into that. And so it's cool to hear that they are trying to do that now, because it could use
Yes.
a remaster or remix, but I mean it's great anyway. Sorry, I should. Now I'm getting off on other tangents. Trying to speed things up here. Okay. Yeah, the Runaway. It's kind of cool. It's like got that breaking glass sound in the beginning that they kind of edit to like make a rhythm. Kind of reminds me of like what they did with like Time or Money, especially like Pink Floyd on the Dark Side of the Moon. The like the sounds, the cash register and the coins and stuff that they turn into a rhythm. Um, Starts like that, and then it kind of drops into this cool upbeat groove. Really good song. Kind of a good example of how they do sneaky kind of syncopated rhythms within a fairly normal time signature. Like it's 6/8, but they're like still throwing it all over the place. Um, Inmate's Lullaby, pretty low key, mostly with like tune percussion, which is like xylophone, like things like xylophone, vibraphone, stuff like that, with drums and vocals as well. Some cool melodies in there. Way of Life, mostly a kind of exuberant rock song, but has sections of like kind of creepy, dissonant kind of stuff and some like baroque, intricate kind of parts as well. Um, Experience, the bass really stands out on this one. Um, Energetic, big rock section kind of like surprises you the first time it comes in. Awesome guitar solo as well, but the guitar kind of has a weird sound on this one too. It's like almost like it's in another room or something, but it gives it kind of an interesting effect. Um, a Reunion is kind of a mellow interlude kind of thing, and then In a Glass House is kind of their epic in a way, but I mean it's still what, like 8 minutes or whatever, so it's not super long, but goes through so many different sections that surprise you, but as soon as you've listened to it a couple times, you're kind of ready for them. Um, Really rhythmically dense. The outro, I was trying to count it. It's like bars of 4, 3, 4, 6, 4, and then 8 or something like that. Anyway, I mean, there's different ways to count stuff as well, but it's just like so uh, crazy and complex, but it's super cool. Yeah, I love this album. Of course, it's one of their better ones, I would say. Probably another 9.5 out of 10, 9.25 maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean
I'm not
they're
good
in a
at rating
solid
stuff,
run right
but
here where they're really
yeah,
clicking along, writing great songs. I don't know what it is about this band that they could never really get other than Octopus. I'm trying to end Power and the Glory. They just never could quite get a really good looking album cover. It just is. I don't know why. I mean, yes,
yeah,
had Roger Dean.
it's kind
Then
of weird.
again, you could kind of level that accusation at Genesis a little bit too. Some of their album covers were cool, but they were all over the map. They didn't have any uniformity like Yes did. Yes had the cool Roger Dean thing. Crimson was like that too. They kind of were up and down. They had some really cool ones and some kind of ones. You know what I mean? ULP,
Yeah,
had some okay ones. And some, Tarkus's Killer, Brain Salad's Killer. That's what's his name? Giger, H.R. Giger. Right.
oh, HR Gear,
Um,
yeah.
but
Yeah, this one's cool, but it's
very
just kind of weird. It
non,
doesn't look great. It's more about kind of the novelty of
but it's
the
nondescript
thing. I don't
because,
know.
like, back in the '70s, unless you heard something on AM radio or college radio, you have no internet, you have no real trade magazines until the middle to the late '70s. There was no prog rock magazine back then or prog magazine. I mean, so how did you learn about these albums? Well, if they don't have cool artwork, like, I don't know, like, yes, with Relay. I mean, come on, you look at that Relay artwork, you're like, I want to go
Yeah,
there. Or you look at Yes shows, it's like, oh, I definitely want to go there. Or In the Court of the Crimson King,
yeah,
or fucking Wake of Poseidon, or even Red had a mysterious, cool vibe.
yeah. Or Lark's
Or
Tongues,
even
yeah.
or even like Lark's
Lizard,
Tongue, which is kind of lame. The Constellation on Islands, which is kind of an outlier too, because Crimson was always switching singers and bass players, and they never had a solid lineup for many years until the Blue era and stuff. But it is weird, man, because like, why did they just have such pretty lame artwork? I mean, it's
yeah. I mean, like you said, you're going through a record store and you find this, and you don't know what it
it
is.
ain't
Are
gonna
you
tell you
gonna
anything about
you're gonna go, oh, that's kind of interesting that it's
that.
got the
Yeah,
plastic thing, but and plus add to that the fact that you wouldn't find
it's
this
an
in a
import.
record
It's
store
an import.
back here back in the
Exactly.
70s, right?
Um,
So
Wait, I agree. The first cover's novelty interesting if you're like into Lord of the Rings shit and stuff like that, but it's not a great cover, I don't think. And yeah, Genesis is kind of nondescript. I mean, the Lamb's cool. I don't know what other, Foxtrot's okay. It's okay. The musical box, not the musical box. What is it? Yeah, is that what it's called?
Nursery Crime.
It's okay. It's not great.
Selling
I do like
England
that
is
one.
probably
I do like
their
that
best one.
But even later on, Genesis still had shitty fucking covers, man. I think the coolest, believe it or not, the coolest cover for me for them, other than Lamb, is probably And Then There Were Three, because the color scheme and the kind of uniqueness of it, and the first time I recall hearing modern Genesis was Follow You, Follow Me, which I still love that song, but I don't like a lot of modern. I stop at Duke because I fucking hate modern. John Holm and I always get into about this. He loves Invisible Touch. I'm like, dude, that album is so bad. So whenever I'm out somewhere and I hear, like, I was in Walmart about a month ago and I heard, I'm like, dude, this song is on Walmart. It sucks. Just saying. So, but that's a time and place and when you came into the band sort of thing. So, yeah, Nursery Crime's not bad. Wind and Wuthering's kind of cool in a weird way because it's kind of mysterious looking. It's kind of bucolic British, you know what I mean? But it's not great. These aren't great covers. These aren't Marillion covers or Iron Maiden covers or that kind of stuff, They're not iconic.
Yeah. I did think it was cool that there's a bit of a link from Nursery Crime to Foxtrot. Like you open up Foxtrot and you can kind of see the Nursery Crime scene over in the.
That's true. I mean, you do have a point there, I guess. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna play a track, right? And what did I say we were?
You didn't talk about the album yet.
All right. You're right, I did. Okay, sorry. This whole night's been kind of derailed by that dick. Okay. Runaway. Kind of, I call this gangster polka from the 70s. Cop shows. It's got a gangster polka like bad boys, what you gonna do? It's got that kind of vibe to it in a weird sort of way. Super odd intro, breaking glass, noise and then the kind of the polka sequence of weirdness into a madrigal style baroque sort of thing. Uncharacteristic.
Just real quick, like you point that out, it does have a very baroque kind of feel and melody to it, and like that might be their biggest kind of real conglomeration of baroque and rock at the same time, not separated but integrating it.
Exactly, and they do that in sections a lot where they bring that in. Let's see. Yeah, I think they're the one. Again, this song in particular kind of shows this uncharacteristic, unclassifiable sound that they had, because they're mixing baroque pop with medieval acoustic bucolic UK prog, and it's just like they're the one. For me, they're the one UK prog band that took all the norms and tropes of prog music and threw them out the door and added they added the kitchen sink to everything. And realistically, that should not work. It should be terrible. It should be like, oh my God, this is unlistenable. But it isn't. It's very listenable, and that's what's weird about it. Very catchy at times, in a weird sort of way, in a twisted sort of way. I could have done without a minute long of the intro sequence, so it could have been like 15, 20 seconds. I'm good. I apologize. I've got a lot of real weird sinus stuff going on, and I didn't realize. I thought I'd kick my camera off, and here I am digging in my nose with a tissue to get yuck out, and it's like, oh great, all right. The Inmate's Lullaby. I love the title of the song. That's a great fucking title. Very English, very pastoral. Lots of xylophone. What fucking prog band uses xylophone but this guy? Zappa, but other than that, who else? Nobody. Not that I know of, anyways. There may be ones, but I don't know.
And I know for a fact Zappa was listening to these guys, and they probably
Yeah,
were
I'm
listening to
wondering
him as well.
which came
I
first. Was Mothers doing this? Because I don't know the Mothers albums really well. Maybe he was.
Not really. I mean, not the early stuff from what I know. I don't
Yeah.
know their catalog super well either, but I mean, like
Hot Rats, big
Hot
time.
Rats, there's a lot of
Apostrophe.
like tuned percussion stuff. That's
Yep.
69, right?
So it was definitely there. I love Kerry Minier's
Yeah.
vocals. I love he's got that quaint British brittle, prettiness to his voice. He's got a pretty voice. Love that track. Way of Life, pretty active and up tempo, like most of Gentle Giant stuff. More rocky material, great bass playing, superior note choices, active, really killer, pretty killer interplay between the various instruments. Some Oriental tinges on this one, Arabic maybe, Oriental. Very up tempo, bouncy. You said it, I think. Everything of theirs is, if they're not doing a ballad, it's always bouncy. Like you feel yourself kind of moving. That's the groove they do, is bounce. It's a bouncy groove. Some killer guitar by Gary Green on this one. Someone on YouTube called it disco progressive. Kind of works. Disco prog. But then they also throw in madrigal prog and jazzy pop prog, and again, it's Gentle Giant prog. Wild influences varying every song. Through every song, it's impossible to pigeonhole their sound. Probably my favorite track on the album, Way of Life, although maybe not. Hang on. Experience, really killer jam. One of the more approachable songs on the album, and in their catalog actually, is Experience. Despite it being almost 8 minutes long, another banger track. A reunion, super English UK madrigal ballad, string and acoustic, quite a pretty track. And In a Glass House, very proto Dixie Dregs, very Zappa, very Allman Brothers. I hear a lot of Allman Brothers stuff. Not, in Allman Brothers you get a lot of guitar interplay, but here you get the guitar and the keys doing the interplay. Could you imagine the dun, da, da, uh-oh. I lost Eric. Okay. I'm not sure what happened. Okay. So he'll come back. We'll play a song here in a minute. There he is. Lost you.
Yeah.
Did you kick
my
yourself
internet
out?
crapped out?
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So last thoughts on this. While the songs are mostly long, 4 of the 6 are over 7 minutes long, which is exact opposite of Octopus. They're distinct songs, and they feature compelling examples of the band's trademark fusion of rock, classical, folk, and the occasional soul and funk elements. In addition to a good flow between rockers and quiet reflected pieces, there are loads of great moments, like the gleefully atonal xylophone solo on the opener, The Runaway, which also manages to state themes of complex counterpoint, psychedelic and spacey vocal arrangements, hypnotic guitar riffs, and some great folky flute breakdowns. As always, the transitions are seamless and the music is anchored by a fat, funky bottom provided by bass and drums, and some synth bass I hear on some of these tracks too, where he's playing the bass notes on the synth bass. I don't know whether it's Kerry or Derek. Could be both. Who knows? An Inmate's Lullaby features only percussion instruments and uses some great overlapping vocal production to enhance a first-person narration of a mental ward and the gray area that is madness. A classic theme in British music from the 60s and 70s. Another very solid Gentle Giant album, 8.75 out of 10 for me. So, Power and the Glory. Oh, we got it.
I guess I didn't rate it. I'd probably give it like a 9.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's very good. Okay. So now we got to jump over here. Give me one moment. What song did I say from this one, dude? Sorry.
You had Way of Life.
How long's that one?
Let me see. That is 8 minutes.
They're all long. That's the problem on this one.
They're all long except Inmate's Lullaby and A Reunion. I mean, you could play Inmate's Lullaby just for something different,
Yeah, we'll play that just for something a little different.
and it's shorter.
All right. Just so we're not killing ourselves. All right, mute.
Lying down here in the afternoon in my pretty cozy little cushioned room, I can talk to all my funny friends in here. I was told to rest while I am not quite clear. Eating flowers growing in a garden where there are tasty tulips, and I don't care if I wet my trousers. There was no time, I had nowhere else to go, nowhere else could I find. Staring up at the great white light that shines every day, it shines all through the night. Hearing voices of the silly friends of mine, always lock the door, there's his waiting outside all the time. Hurt myself this morning, doctor gave me warning, sent me to my room and told me that I'm bad. I heard someone saying, I think he'll be staying maybe for a long time. Why does everybody else think that I'm mad? I heard someone saying, I think he'll be staying maybe for a long time, and that I'm mad. Lying down here in the afternoon in my pretty cozy little cushioned room, I can talk to all my funny friends in here. I was told to rest while I am not quite clear.
All right. So very different from most of what we've been doing thus far. Okay. Jazz from Hell, man. I had that CD. Man, I did. That's the when he was doing the shit on the Synclavier guitar thing or whatever it was called, the Synclavier, the Fairlight. Ugh, sampler. No thanks. I love a lot of Zappa, but some of Zappa is like I cannot fucking take it, man. All right, Power and the Glory comes out September 1974, recorded December 73, January and June of 74. Oops, hold on here. Wait, what happened? Oh, come on, man. Hold on. What the fuck? Sorry. Kicked me out of my own thing here. Really? All right. Yeah. The Power and the Glory single comes out June of 74. Advision Studio. World. I don't know what WWA Records stands for, but then they got Capital Distribution in the States. So WWA, I don't know whether that's worldwide. Does it say what that means? WW. Where's yours in America?
I'll look it up. I'll look it up while you're talking.
Yeah. Okay. WWA label in the UK. I'm not sure. I know who that is. Might be Polydor. I don't know if that's them or not. All right. So I'm going to go on this one. All the individual elements of each song are well crafted. While you're looking that up here, and I actually quite like the vocal style on this one. For me, a lot of the songs end up feeling a little too incoherent. Oh wait, this is the one. That's the wrong thing. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know what the hell was that from. I got a note that flew in from somewhere. I don't know where it came from. Give me 1 second. Did I rate Glass House? I did, right? 8.75.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Worldwide Artists
Artists.
Management Limited, and it was a management company, and they started their own label.
Okay. Are they still around? They're probably not, right?
No, they closed in 1974 actually.
Oh, they didn't even last very long.
Produced issues for Black Sabbath as well. Apparently.
Really? Which one?
They did Sabotage.
Sabotage.
And they
wow.
did We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll.
How about that? The comp. Yeah. How about that shit? That's great.
Oh, they Sabbath Bloody Sabbath as well.
Wow. My favorite.
Yeah. It must have been like a licensing thing for like distributing other places.
In Europe. UK and Europe.
They also did the first Tony McPhee album. You know Tony McPhee Groundhogs? You know the Groundhogs?
Oh, I know that. I know that name, but I don't know any of the music.
Man, you gotta check out the Groundhogs, man.
Okay. What song?
Damn.
They had a popular song or no?
Cherry Red would be probably the big song.
I do know that. And then the label Cherry Red was probably named after that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm actually gonna let you go first. Let's go to the bathroom. So.
Okay.
Go ahead. Be right back.
Yeah, like we kind of mentioned earlier, one of their probably better album covers. Kind of cool. This one's technically die cut as well, but it's just, they cut the corners off. I don't know. I guess it looks kind of like a playing card like that, but it's kind of interesting too when you see records like this that it's like the exact same thing on both sides. But and there's no insert or anything in this, but there's printed sleeve with a bunch of info on it at least. But yeah, this, and I forgot to mention it with the last album, In a Glass House, but for whatever reason I got into the first 4 albums, and I kind of got into In a Glass House as well, but The Power and the Glory and Freehand, I have a distinct memory of hearing both of these albums, and I hated them. Jeff was saying something about on paper it should be unlistenable or whatever. I think, and to me, this stuff was unlistenable, even after I liked the first 4 or so albums. I remember putting this album on, and I was like, "How does anyone like this? This doesn't make any dense. It's just ridiculous, weird, and noisy. I don't know, I hated it. And that wasn't a normal thing for me at that point. I was exploring a lot of different music, um, 70s rock in general, and prog, and um, all kinds of metal and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. At one point, something finally clicked, and yeah, I definitely love this album now. Um,
Look at this guy up late here.
yeah,
What's up, Rick?
yeah, that's a good point as well. Gentle Giant, I think, from what I've heard, kind of approached Sabbath actually and told them what was going on with the management screwing them over. Um, anyway, this album, yeah, it's kind of what I put in my notes is this is kind of more streamlined than In a Glass House, but like
Oh
in
yeah,
a way that From Wisdom to Hate is more streamlined than Obscura. You know, you get
that's an
that reference.
interesting. That's an interesting parallel and band to draw on, but you might be right about
Yeah, I
that.
don't know why that popped into
You
my
might be
mind, but
right.
it's just like it's more streamlined, but it's still really weird and
In a
out there.
completely fucked up analogy, that might be one of the best ones I've ever heard.
um
Well done.
anyway, yeah, it's kind of it's more concise again than In a Glass House. The songs are shorter, quite a bit shorter, I think.
Oh yeah.
See, the longest one on here is 6:47, the opener Proclamation. So I guess he's still got some decent length songs, but I mean, again, none of these guys' albums were long either. This is 37 minutes. And maybe
Yeah.
that's part of how they were digestible as well. Um,
Yeah, if they had put
because
out
like
50-minute albums, man, it just wouldn't have worked. It'd have
yeah,
burned you out
exactly.
so quick. Yeah.
Yeah. When you're listening to stuff that's this dense, yeah,
It
it's
would have
kind of
taken you out.
exhausting
It
and
would have been very exhausting, yes.
yeah, and I will say like I've immensely enjoyed re-listening to all these albums
I know
multiple
where you're gonna
times.
go. I know what you're
But
gonna
like
say.
there hasn't been a time when I was thought, oh, I really don't want to hear this, but I did have to take a few breaks where I'm like, I don't have the mental energy
Well,
to
it took
listen to
us
this right now.
almost we've known about this for about 5 weeks, and it took us like almost 3 weeks to get it done because I first time around I'm like, dude, I am not ready for this. I need way more time. And you're yes, if you try to listen to these albums 3 or 4 times in a row to cram for the exam, forget it.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah.
Too much.
Yeah. Even listening to more than like 2 or 3 albums in a row, even different albums, yeah, it's like okay, you
Which
gotta
I had to do
go to
today.
something else with it. And
Which I had to do today to kind of consolidate all my note taking. I was like, I just want to go to do the ranking at the end. I'm like, I just want to kind of go through them all, the ones that aren't sticking in my head, man. I'm like, man, I really like this band way more than I thought I did in my head. But I'm good on listening to them for a while. So that happens with
Yeah.
most. To be fair though, and to be honest though, that happens with a lot of my DJs. Like Swallow the Sun, man. I listen to those albums 3 or 4 or 5 times. I'm good with Swallow the Sun for a while, like maybe a year, or maybe at least 6, 8, 10 months.
Yeah, that's one thing definitely about this kind of format of shows is yeah, you do force yourself to listen to so much of this stuff and try to like analyze it and figure out how you're going to talk about it. But and I will say, excuse me, most of the artists that I've done this with, mostly on your channel, a couple with Eli, Dark Hymns from the Cold North as well. I did a Rush ranking and Ghost and Judas Priest with him. But like all the bands I've done this for, I end up loving them even more than I did before. But at the same time, as soon as the stream is over, it's like, yeah, I need to take a break, you know.
Yeah, you
But
do. That's just the reality of it. You do.
yeah. But and again, I mean, these artists don't intend for you to listen to 11 of their albums in a row, right?
No, they
was
don't.
never the intention.
That was never
Um,
the intent. You're right. Yeah.
no. Anyway, I'm rambling now. So Proclamation, man, what an opener. It's kind of hard to latch onto at first, but once the vocals and drums come in, it gets into that nice, like heavy, almost kind of funk groove again. Um, Gets pretty intricate and really intense when those hail to power and to glory's way. That I don't know. It's heavy, not in a metal kind of way, but just really like intense and slow and brooding kind of. Um, I should also note this is also a concept album. The last one was as well. In a Glass House is kind of a loose concept album on that saying, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. This one is a concept album about a kind of politician or whatever, leader of some kind, starting off as someone who wants to make things better, and they kind of, once they attain power, they kind of devolve and become the thing that they were trying to rebel against to begin with, which is an all too
Which
familiar
I was
story.
just gonna say that sure does sound like modern
Wow.
fucking United States right now.
It sounds like the last, basically recorded history. I mean,
That's true.
history
You're right.
repeats itself over and over again. But
Yeah.
anyway, so this was one of the albums that I did try to go through and analyze some of the lyrics. And once you do that as well, it kind of, I don't know, it made me appreciate this album even more, to be honest. Um, so sincere, very obtuse and weird, but kind of one of those tracks where you kind of have to just marvel at their sheer audacity of what they're doing. Um, and big props to Gary Green to be able to do a guitar solo over what's happening underneath, because it's just insanity. Aspirations is one of their most kind of somber songs, but it's really gorgeous as well. Carry on vocals on that one, kind of pleading from the citizens of whatever country of, you know, we're looking up to you, we're looking to you for leadership, and please don't, screw us over kind of thing. Um, Playing the game, upbeat and almost kind of jazz funkish. This one, I
Right?
think maybe there's some synth bass or something on there, but
There
the,
is. Yeah,
the
there definitely is. Yeah.
yeah, it almost reminds me of like Headhunters or Thrust kind of era, Herbie Hancock kind of stuff. Pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Sure.
Gets quieter in the middle. That's kind of a theme with
Yes.
these guys,
Yep.
is they kind of like have these three-part songs where they kind of build something up in the beginning, then they go to something totally different in the middle, and then they bring back the original part. So it's a bit of a
100%.
formula, but it really works a lot of the time. And they change it up, of course. It's just the kind of structure that they use quite a bit. Cogs and Cogs is crazy, frenetic, intense, ton of rhythmic complexity in that one. I actually woke up this morning. As soon as I woke up this morning, Cogs and Cogs was like invaded my brain. I don't know, just the part where it's
We're
like
gonna hear that one. We're gonna
it's
hear
just
that
like,
one. So.
yeah. I just had Derek Schulman like yelling in my brain as soon as I woke up. I don't know what's going on. But No God's a Man, slower song, but still really dense, kind of a baroque kind of feel to it, with kind of a bluesy blues rock kind of part later on as well. The Face, really kind of jumpy rhythms on this one, but still a solid groove underneath. Cool violin and guitar solos in that one as well. Valedictory is kind of a reprise of Proclamation, like vocally and lyrically, but with a really heavy, menacing kind of riff under the verse, and really intense throughout. And you can kind of hear the culmination of everything building up to this point. Yeah, I don't know. This again was a grower. I don't know if you heard me when I was saying I hated this
Yeah.
album at
No,
first.
I've been
I
listening the
couldn't
whole time. Yeah,
couldn't listen to it at all.
I did. I never did. This is one of my top albums. So
Yeah, I love it now. It's gone way up. But the first time I heard this, I was like, this is just terrible. I could not compute it. It was just my mindset at the time. But yeah, amazing album. I'd probably give it a 9.25, something like that out of 10. I don't know.
I think I'm right there where you are. I'll have to pull up my list. I might be slightly higher. Yeah, Proclamations, possibly one of my favorite Gentle Giant songs. So we're gonna do that one and Cogs Within Cogs, because those are the two banger tracks. Reminds me a bit of Prime, yes, at times, and oddly, a precursor to the complexity of stuff like Discipline era Crimson. There's that kind of stuff going on, that weird sort of interweaving guitar stuff. Not on that complex a level, but it's still pretty complex. The time signatures are pretty dizzying. The ensemble chorus parts are threatening and intense and very yes-like. I think this is the one that has that. Oh no, I think I mentioned it up here. Hang on. So sincere, weird, and stilted, almost strangely out of tune at times. Maybe that's that dissonance you were talking about. More just a complex polyphony thing. You know, there's a lot of polyphony going on here. Pretty wild track, very Zappa-esque. Aspirations, really beautiful, dreamy, almost Floydian track. You got a lot of Fender Rhodes. It's got that Rick Wright. It's got that Rick Wright vibe to it for some reason. It just has that, almost like, what's it called? Not careful with that axe. What's the other one on metal? Like Echoes or something like that. That's drifty and cool like that. Let's see, playing the game, very staccato synth bass. That's the synth bass one. Complex track, but man, this sounds like a later era Peter Gabriel song, I think, or later Peter Gabriel era Genesis song, or early, So era type track in a weird way. Very complex pop is what I say there. Cogs Within Cogs, pretty crazy, wild, proggy madness as far as complexity and nuttiness. Great basses, synth virtuosity. No God's man. What's it say? No God's man love?
God's a man.
No God's a man. Sorry. Love the whispery Moog synths on this one. Also stellar vocal interplay and lots of tell the moon day, tell the marcher, tell the moon day from We Have Heaven from Topographical. No,
that's Fragile.
Fragile, yeah. Listen to it. It's there. You can definitely hear it.
You can hear that for sure, yeah.
But I really like it. And what's cool about it is there's some weird country bits in there, a la Steve Howe, because Steve Howe would always play that kind of country. You know, that kind of thing. A lot of vocal counterpoint in that one. Really great. Mind-blowing for 74, actually. The face. Lots of violin, tricky guitar, and bass synth. Interplay. Again, the Dregs had to have been listening to the Gentle Giant in the 70s. They had to. Valedictory, reminiscent melodically of an earlier track off the first two albums. You can't place it, but the vocal is almost identically the same. Gets crazy, frenetic, and complex. And it reminds me a little bit of Total Mass Retained. Power and the Glory, pretty killer pop, straight ahead, forward, almost a radio-friendly song, that one. All the individual elements of each song are well crafted. Actually, quite like the vocal style.
I feel like this is where Derek really, he's a really great vocalist by this time. I feel like he's been progressing kind of up to this point.
Well,
he was good on the good on the debut, but he's just getting a little bit better.
I agree. The thing about him, though, is it's hard to really pigeonhole, because I'm pretty good at saying that guy sounds a lot like this dude. I hear relational things. He doesn't sound like John. He doesn't sound like Greg. He doesn't sound like any of the other King Crimson guys. He doesn't sound like Emerson, Lake and Palmer, or Greg Lake, or any of those guys. But he does sound a little bit like Steve uh,
Winwood.
Winwood.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
brought that up,
Travis.
and I hadn't thought of that, and I went, "Oh yeah, actually, now that you say
God,
it, now that I'm
I think
listening for it, I can
I
hear
think
it."
Steve's a slightly better singer in terms of emotively. Derek's a little bit more of a sort of a shouter
Yeah,
because of the way they sing the lines, that Hocketing or whatever line of singing. But if you listen to something like Blind Faith, come down from your throne, leave your body alone. I don't know how Derek would sound, but I don't think he'd sound quite as sweet and luscious. But he's still
no,
good. He's a very good guitar player, or a very
yeah.
good singer.
The thing with Derek that I find is like he always kind of sounds like he's really trying, like he's really going for it, which lends
Wait,
itself to a lot of these songs that are more kind of intense. But it's also great that they had, Carrie there to do the softer ballads and stuff because I don't think Derek would have fit as well on those.
no, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Night, Wade. See you, buddy. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I agree. Well, Jimmy was all heroined out probably around that time too. So I mean, who knows? I never downplayed Led Zeppelin though, man. They would have go out and play 3.5, 4 hours. So some of it was sloppy because that was Page, but I never discount them. So where was I at? I was at Power and Glory, right? Or no, the end. The concept of Power and Glory is somewhat obvious given the title. Power corrupts. Powerful, tight songwriting and quirkiness is a bit more approachable on this album. I think it's a little more approachable. Is what I think you were trying to say. That it's a little more approachable for the novice. 9.25 out of 10. Yep. All right. We're gonna play what? We're gonna play 2 quick cogs. Right?
Yeah, you had cogs and cogs. I mean, I don't know. It's your call how
Well,
long you want to go for. So
we're
cogs
12:30.
is short. It's like 3 minutes.
All right, we'll go
Proclamation
with
is
cogs.
almost 7.
Yeah, we'll go with cogs.
YouTube
Hang on one sec here. Can you hear this?
Premium is ad-free
Hear that?
YouTube, and the YouTube Music app.
Could you hear that? I guess not. All right.
Uninterrupted video.
Man, that's good. Smoking. Everybody just want token. All right, so that was Cogs within Cogs. All right, let's see. All right, okay, so where are we at? We're on which one? Freehand?
Yes.
All right, released July 1975, August 22nd, 75 in the UK. So a full, almost a year. Oh no, I'm sorry, a month before in the US. So about the same as here. Recorded April 75 at Advision again. We got Chrysalis in the UK, which is whose label? Who's on Chrysalis?
Oh, on Chrysalis. Well, Jethro Tull.
Yeah, of course. And then Capitol in the U.S. Gentle Giant producing. First notable band album that Paul Northfield. Who's Paul Northfield? You know?
Producer.
Well,
I know he's a producer.
He started as an engineer. This is the first album he ever did. Do you know who Paul Northfield is?
I know the name. I don't
You
remember.
can't cheat. You can't cheat. You can't cheat. I'll give you a hint. Don't cheat. I'll give you a hint. Permanent.
Waves.
Who's that band? You know that band? I never heard of that band, but I know that album. Do you?
Oh,
Paul
yeah. It's an
North-
amazing album.
Paul Northfield engineered and co-produced and mixed and all that shit. A lot of Rush albums. That one, along with Terry Brown. Terry Brown produced, but Paul was his main engineer. And this was the very first album he worked on ever, like as a professional engineer, studio engineer.
Okay.
Pretty cool, huh? It always comes back to Rush. Always, you know? Always comes back.
It looks like he was also a mixing assistant a little bit earlier on. Do you know this album? Oh, fuck. Fish Rising, Steve Hillage.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
I know he was on there. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then my whole point is out the window. But they said that was the first time he did actual engineering. So.
Right. Yeah. One of the first ones he did. He was on the Peter Banks solo album apparently as well.
Oh wow. The
original guitarist from Yes, right? Or
yeah,
original keyboardist, I mean.
Keyboardist.
Yeah. Cool. Anyway.
All right. This is Freehand. Just the same. Yes. Really great track. Yeah, there we go. There's Erik holding it up. I'll go on this one. Let you go next time. Really great track. Lots of familiar reference points from the era, although very much Gentle Giant to the core. The more modern synths sound a bit fresh. There's a more radio-friendly accessibleness to the songs. This song in particular that maybe wasn't quite there before. Killer synth jams, and lots of almost jazzy New Orleans funk vibes. On reflection, crazy acapella vocals on the intro. Had to be a huge influence on so many 80s bands like World Trade, man, because they have this sound big time. And that they would have come out like in the early 80s. This was the late 70s, so it makes sense. Stellar song, man, just quite mind-blowing on reflection. You're going to probably hear that one. Mind-blowing from a compositional performance standpoint. Freehand, killer, more rocking version of what Gentle Giant offered best. Lots of counterpoint musically, complex as hell, yet still very listable melodically. Time to Kill, the oohs and ahs are really super cool. Mind-blowingly complex, but have to admit, I can only take so much of this style of music before we talked about this last time where I'm starting to get a little bit of ear fatigue from the same sound stuff, you know. But I still love this song. His Last Voyage, stunningly beautiful track, possibly my favorite Gentle Giant track of all. Just amazing. So we might hear that one. Taliban, not Taliban. Taliban. Stellar little instrumental, super proggy jam track. It's kind of like a jam track from medieval Renaissance Mordor, but played by Satan's Minstrels of Doom, which is great. And then we got Mobile, which is Zappa craziness meets Dixie Dregs meets Thick as a Brick. Some crazy jazzy bluegrass players in there, and they all. Or no, I'm sorry. Let me read this again. Craziness on a Zappa meets Dixie meets Thick as a Brick. Jethro Tull. Tip. Some crazy ass jazzy bluegrass players in an alley, and they have a knife fight. That's what this song sounds like. It's just insane. I don't know where I was going with that, man. I'm starting to get tired now. I've been up since 6 a.m. 9.5 out of 10. I really like this album. You'll see how much soon. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Get locked
Another amazing album. I mean, yeah, like they're just on fire at this point. I mean, these first 8 albums are just so damn good. Yeah.
Hold on one sec, Rick. It's 90 degrees in here, man, and I can't really get the air turned on, so I have to have some air moving. I don't know how bad it is. Nobody complained about it earlier, but
I just noticed your mic doing some weird stuff like on the last few minutes.
Oh, I might have jiggled the thing. I don't know.
I can still hear you. You're just a little bit kind of quiet.
Can you hear the fan?
No.
Okay, Rick said I'm wind tunnelling, so I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just the same bouncy, upbeat, kind of almost funky again. Just great song, super memorable melodies and stuff. Starts the album off with a bang. On reflection, yeah, crazy like vocal arrangements in that one. But man, that vocal melody that appears with Carrie singing, just so emotional.
Talking about the first song.
No, the second. On reflection.
Oh, it's so good, man. So good.
I'll remember the good times. How can you forget? Anyway, that whole thing.
But that's the whole
so
medieval. That's the whole medieval. You can envision a lute player in the background going.
Yeah. And I think that it's partly due to the recorders. They're backing them up with the recorders on that one.
Yeah.
And if you watch these guys live, watch these guys live, sometimes they would whip out like 3 recorders at the same time and do like these crazy triplets and whatever.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Freehand, the title track, great balance of intensity, catchiness, and some like mellower introspective moments as well. Time to Kill, super bouncy, fun verse with interweaving keyboard and guitar melodies. It kind of like draws again, the production on a lot of these albums too, like there's so many things going on up here and up there and over here and down there and blah blah blah. This song is a great example of like drawing your ears to like different places in the mix.
Yeah,
as well.
Really good on
because it's not like every instrument is just centered, you know. It like every time a new instrument comes in, it's somewhere else, slightly different from the last thing that they added. Cool heavy riffs on this one in spots too. His Last Voyage, amazing song, just gorgeous soaring vocal line from Carrie on that one. Lots of acoustic guitar, plenty of complex stuff as well. Talibant is totally like medieval sounding instrumental. Mobile is a more upbeat kind of. It almost sounds like an earlier, like a little bit of throwback to like Three Friends or Octopus, or even like what I put down is like mid-70s Jethro Tull, like War Child or something.
Yeah,
a bit. You said Thick as a Brick as well. I mean, yeah, any of that kind of real proggy era Jethro Tull stuff. Yeah, again, another album that I really did not like the first time I heard it. I didn't actually even make it through these last two albums. Like the first
Really?
time I tried to listen to them, I couldn't do it. But something clicked along the way. And yeah, this is like a 9.5 out of 10 probably for me at this point.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sick.
kind of
Now,
it's a little more maybe a little more melodic and a little easier to listen to than Power and the Glory. Power and the Glory is just an intense album, but
yeah,
they're both great in different ways.
I agree with you though. It's a little more listenable, a little bit more, and then not in a pop way, but just in a less ear fatiguing way.
Yeah.
I think is what I'm trying to say. So, all right. So, freehand. What did I say on this one again? Sorry.
Oh, for a track,
Yeah.
you had His Last Voyage,
All right. We'll do
which
that one.
I would
It's
be my
long.
pick as well.
We'll do that one, but it's long. So, all right. Mute.
Yep.
That song is so beautiful, but you know what's weird about it? Gary Green breaks out a full-on blues solo in the 2/3 mark of it, and you think, no, don't do that, but it works. Works really, really good, man. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah. It
hey,
also like
go ahead, man. Sorry.
it kind of made me think about like, another thing that kind of attests to their lack of being pretentious and whatnot is just the restraint in some of these tracks too. Like,
Right.
sure, they throw in the little weird syncopated thing now and again, but a lot of it is very mellow and whatever. And like a lot of them aren't playing anything for
Yeah.
most of the song,
Yeah. It's crazy.
like
Brandon, just a heads up, dude. I already did Skinny Puppy and a singular one, and Frontline I did too. There's a problem with both of them. My internet was not great back then. I was doing them on a phone. Production value is terrible. But guess what didn't happen? I didn't get interrupted for 4 hours by some idiot back then. So that's kind of nice. But the Skinny Puppy one is great. It's with my friend Serge and this guy named Christoph. You should go watch it. There's so much info in that one. Don't expect it to look as good as these do. Production values kind of shit. I was getting very sick around that time and wasn't sure what was going on. So I'm laying down a lot. So it's kind of weird. Frontline, I'd really love to redo because I have a good friend of mine who works for Frontline pretty well. And she said she would get me Bill and Reese or Reese. So when that happens, we'll see. I don't plan to redo those now. The only one I really wanted to redo was Rush and Porcupine Tree because they were the early deep dives that I don't think they're not as watchable. We're talking very early days in my channel, very early days. Some of that early days stuff
I still enjoy
they're
those.
fun, but they're not as they're not as good. But like I said, I didn't have any dickhead coming in and bugging me for 2.5 straight hours being an asshole, deleting my chat and stuff. So there's that. So, all right. Let's see what else we got. We are at interview. Now we're gonna move a lot quicker. So interview comes out. A Studio, released in 1976, April 23rd. February and March of 76. They recorded it in 2 months, which is kind of crazy. Advision again, Chrysalis UK, Capital US, Canada. This album was critically and commercially less successful than their previous album, Freehand. Despite that, it has charted more than any other of Gentle Giant's albums, which is kind of crazy, right? It's the most charting of their albums.
Interesting.
In addition to the usual stereo version, the album also was mixed in a 4-channel quadraphonic sound, which was big. Pink Floyd did it. A lot of Peter Frampton, I think, Comes Alive, a bunch of them. When it finally appeared on DVD with the encoding multi-channel, the 4-channel mix was not used until 2012. It was finally appeared on a DVD with encoding for LP, CM, DTS, and digital Dolby. There you go. Let me see. Okay, I think. It's a concept album conceived as a radio interview. 3 of the tracks integrate brief interview sections, which were staged in the studio. The title song has lyrics derived from the type of question and answer dialogue that one would encounter while talking to the music press. So, go ahead on this one, dude.
Right.
Are you there? Or did I lose you? Uh-oh. Eric, I think I lost you. So see if you can get back in. All right, we're getting back in a minute here. We're getting close to. Oh, there he is. All right, you back? No, you're frozen. Dude, you're frozen, man. I'm kicking you out. Come back in. I'll go through it quick. My take on it. We're getting down to the lesser albums for me. And interview, stunning track, the song, first track. But the vocal techniques of Hocketing does grow tiresome when you've listened to 8 straight albums. All right, there he is. So I'll just wrap up. I'll just keep going. You can jump in. You froze completely there. I'll just keep going because it's not going to take long. Give it back, almost reggae, almost like a yacht rock song for Gentle Giant. Lots of xylophone and stabbing fragment chords from Gary Green and silly farting synths like that. Not my favorite sound. I like this song, but that bugs me. A lot of roads. Like I said, reggae. Almost pretty cool track. Design is a weird as fuck one. To be honest, not my thing. Another show, kind of wild up-tempo zaniness, high energy madness, like they had way too much cocaine delivered to the studio that day. Pretty wild track. Crazy synths on this one. Empty City, kind of mellow and straightforward. Am I in the right place here? Did I miss one?
Nope.
Okay, just checking. Empty City, kind of mellow and straightforward, almost a proggy radio track for Gentle Giant, kind of. Some tasty guitar and some swanky horns. And Derek's histrionic vocals. Squonky is the word that comes to mind mostly, but great track overall. Love the ending theme. Timing. More on the quaint melodic and summer bucolic proggy side of Gentle Giant. Like that one a lot. I lost my head. More on the quaint. Oh, wait, shit. No. Somehow I ended up doing the same thing for both of them. That means I put the comment in the wrong spot and went to drop it somewhere else and didn't copy what was there and switch them. So I forget I lost my head. It seems to me I like this one. It's pretty proggy, I think. But I think this is where we see a big drop off in quality control, songwriting complexity. I only give this a 7.5 out of 10. I like it. I don't love it. I like it. I don't love it. So, all right, you're up, man.
I'm just curious, how many times have you heard it so far?
4.
Okay.
It's probably,
probably.
They're moving in the commercial vein starting here. There's a
Yeah,
little bit on the last one,
can-
but here's the first one.
You can tell they're definitely starting to streamline their sound a little bit for sure. But I don't know. This one, it's been a grower for me, honestly. I've probably heard it, I don't know, 7 or 8 times by now, and I like it better every single time.
Interesting.
It is not as good as the last, especially the last 6 albums. But I really like it now. Yeah, Interview.
Well, maybe I'm not gonna lie and say maybe I don't need more time with it. I mean, that could be. It didn't strike. I liked it, and I do think you're right because the last time I listened, I'm like, man, do I have this in the right spot? It was one of the ones that made me go, I don't think maybe I should redo this. And let me look at where I have it. Let me see something. Whether it really dropped or stayed. Go ahead.
Well, that's the thing too. I mean, if you're trying to rank these, I mean,
it's right. I'll tell you what. It's right in the middle. It's right
as
in the
much
middle.
as this has grown for me, it hasn't like moved up in my ranking much, if at all.
I actually think this moved up 1 spot from where I originally had it, and 1 dropped.
Yeah. Interview, the title track, is a great opener, upbeat, energetic, melodic. This is, I mean, I'm kind of starting to say some similar things. I don't like, it feels like it could have been on, freehand or something. And maybe this is kind of where they have settled into a formula a little bit. I mean, there's nothing on here. Each album up to this point has felt like a development of some kind, whereas this one is kind of
plateauing.
They're not really doing anything really new, or at least nothing that I think is really, really, ear-catching.
Yep.
That's not to say it's bad. It's still a great album. Give It Back. Yeah, it almost has like a reggae feel.
Oh yeah.
Cool time signature in this one. It's kind of almost like
right? Is that the one you wanted to play?
That's the one I suggested just because it doesn't really sound like anything else in the catalog. Shows kind of a different side of them, but
I really like Lost His Head.
Yeah, that's a great one too. Yeah, whichever one you wanted to play is fine.
Taliban is great. Taliban is great too.
That's on the last album though.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Shit, I didn't move. Sorry, my bad.
Praise.
I'm getting
Yeah,
punchy now.
interesting time signatures and Give It Back as well. It's like an alternating kind of 7/8 and 5/8. It feels like to me. Some cool like harmonized guitar leads and spots as well. Design is very complex, but I don't know. It's just not that memorable. I think it's kind of lacking melody just because it's basically vocals and percussion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just kind of really out there, but I don't know. It doesn't really do much for me personally. Um, Another show, super energetic, pretty straightforward by their standards. Um, Fast pace, good melodies. It's kind of in like generally in 5/8 time. It seems like Empty City, subdued and contemplative verses with a syncopated hard rock chorus. I wrote actually. This is like one of the few tracks where I actually kind of feel like there's a chorus to it that repeats a few times.
Yeah, because
Um,
you don't really hear straight up choruses with this band. Not like you
no,
think
not
of
really.
choruses. They're
No.
these weird
I,
sort of mutating, moving, shifting things a lot of the time.
yeah, and this point is kind of where we do start to see some of those going forward. Um, Timing, good song, but not as memorable for me. I don't know. Not quite as interesting melodically. It's still good, but it's just I don't know. Doesn't quite get to the same heights as a lot of their songs do, in my mind. And I Lost My Head starts really quiet, but bursts into a kind of stomping mid-paced groove. And a lot of like there isn't as much interplay kind of in this one. It's more like everyone's kind of locked in and synchronized on
Yeah,
the same groove for
I
a while,
agree.
but it works. Yeah, this album has really grown on me, to be honest. It's probably give it like an 8.25 or something. I hadn't really written down ratings for any of these, so I'm just
That's
kind of
fine. You're
pulling
just
them out of my ass.
spitballing. You're spitballing
Yeah.
them. That's cool. I mean, that's that's what we do. That's what we do. All right. So this one, let's do Give It Back, right?
Yeah, if you want to, or if you'd rather
Now,
play.
now we'll do this one. Good. But I need to mute.
Isn't it strange, oh, it's funny. Working for years, have no money. Suddenly luck and smile on you. And your life seems worthwhile to you. Just how much can you spare? Give it back in the end. And the time of your season was no use, had no reason. And you move, you go away. And you can come home, not today. Spreading it out over the bad years. Not for these men, this they can't hear. Just how much can you spend? Give it back in the end. And the time of your season was no use, had no reason. reason. Haven't had much in a long time. Hoping that change is gonna be mine. Don't want to go, I wanna stay here. Spreading it out over the bad years. Just how much can you spare? Give it back in the air. At the time of your season was no use, had no reason.
All right. It's a fun song, man. It's hard not to get into it. I felt myself kind of grooving, and I will say, of all the songs that they do, and now we're into the 3 albums that things change radically, and they're pretty radically in their sound. That one there is a lot of fun, and is probably the most uniquely ungentle giant song, but still kind of gentle giant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's not a straight up, you know, oh, rise me up, you know, little darling. It's not that kind of a reggae. It's more of a fun kind of campy reggae, right? You know? All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. What Trey? Let's see. What else?
I guess we could real quick. I could sometime around here. This
Yeah,
comes
go ahead.
out as well. Just I don't know. Just if anybody if you're into this band, or if you're not into this band, maybe this is actually a good place to start. I mean, because it's kind of
Yeah,
got
great
some
live
of
band,
the
man. Amazing
best
live band.
stuff. Yeah. This has a whole bunch of
Tell 'em the
stuff.
name
Not
of it.
too much. This is called Playing the Fool.
Playing the fool.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean it's got some of their best stuff. It doesn't have a ton of stuff from the first 3 albums, but they do a super cool medley from
Oh yeah,
Octopus as well,
yeah. I
combining
don't
quite
know
a
that
few
one. I
tracks.
gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's a great live album, and they just put out a brand new version of it on CD and Blu-ray that's remixed and all that kind of stuff. So I might have to pick that up. They've added stuff as well, and because this one was kind of edited down to fit on 2 LPs, so they've added back in all the stuff, and it's basically the entire concert now. So I might have to grab that, but
Yeah, I'll need to check into that. I mean, I'm still a little unsure what to do here, mainly because of my health, but also this is the kind of band that I would love to have a fairly affordable clamshell box set with a little, you know, they do have a crazy fucking 2000 limited edition or 2500, something like that, or maybe it's 5, I don't know. But it was limited, and then I think they did another run of it. Is that the deal?
I think they did, but not. I mean, it was still pretty limited. And you're looking at
Oh yeah,
like
we're talking less than
thousands of
5,000.
dollars.
Yeah, you're talking literally like $2,000 for the set. I almost bought it when it came out because I'm like, you know, that's the way to go. 32 discs or whatever it was, 38 discs, something crazy. It's all the albums plus tons of live material and unreleased stuff. But the problem was I just didn't have the money at the time. I really didn't have like I didn't even have access to a way to buy it. So I was trying to think, well, what can I sell? And then I'm like, I don't want to sell anything for that. Maybe what if I hate it? But I kind of did think, you know, which is what happened. This thing might be worth a fair chunk of money down the road. And of course, that's what it is. I don't think you can see it here because I think it's out there. But my Camel box set that I got 2 Novembers ago, 5,000 print run, I believe, on that. they're going for near a grand right now. And the thing that sucks about mine is that I was going to be on that RG show and show it, and it fell when I was taking it out. It fell, put a nice big gash in the side of it. I was so pissed, like on the corner. Ugh. But all right. So where are we at here? Hey Nick,
Missing
what's up,
the
dude?
beats.
What are you doing up this late? Oh, I guess it's not that late. It's 1:15. All right, we got 3 albums to go. We can probably knock them out in a half hour here pretty easily. I do apologize to everyone again that stuck it out. We had that idiot, mentally mongoloid, mentally ill dickbag pumping vinyl in here, shitting all over the chat and ruining a lot of the night and killing a good hour of my time, if not more, trying to chase him down, and all the other guys like Eric and Wade and Oberheim and Tim, if he's still here, helping me finally get him under control. Or maybe he just got bored of it. But I apologize for that. If you're catching up to this a little bit later, we tried to do everything we could. I made the mistake of being fooled by him and allowing to have him get a wrench because I thought it was somebody else, and he was completely lying. So I'm going to have my people set in stone now who will be moderators from here on out. Didn't want to ever have to resort to moderators because I never had to before, but now with this clown out there, I've got to. So it's a pain in the ass. All right, we are at the next one here. Yeah, what's up, Nick? Good to hear from you, dude. We are at the missing piece, right?
Yep. First
This
one I
comes
don't
out-
have.
Yeah, we don't have these, so we'll have to show them on the screen, and I will in a minute. It's a 9th studio album, released in 77, August of 77. Recorded in May of 77 at Relight Studios, Hilversum, the Netherlands. There you go. There it is.
It's a pretty nondescript
drab.
album cover. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
these next 3 are some of the worst album covers you're ever going to see. They're just not good, man. They're just not good. Let's see. After the interview tour, this return to the studio marked a change of direction for the band. The first side of the album exploring different musical directions than the band was previously known for, including pop music and punk rock. I don't think there's any punk rock song on there, but I guess you can really loosely look at it that way, but not really. While the second side was more the vein of their signature progressive rock style, this was the last Gentle Giant album to chart in the United States. Not shocking. Produced by Gentle Giant, out on Chrysalis in the UK and Capitol in the US. 2 weeks in Spain. Actually, a pretty catchy song. It's a catchy song. Very poppy, very catchy, very Invisible Touch era Genesis, maybe. The Genesis album, the black and yellow one, maybe, with Mama. It's got that vein of stuff going on. Oh, I got you.
I'll be right back. My
Yeah.
cat is complaining outside the window, so
You're good. You're good. Oh, I didn't know that, O'Brien. Wow, that makes sense. It's got that kind of a vibe to it, only not as good. I'm turning around. Pleasant sounds like commercial era Genesis again, or even Steve Winwood of the mid '80s, like Arc of a Diver. If you see a chance, take it. Have to admit, this is pretty super catchy. This particular song. Betcha thought we couldn't do it. I think that's the punk rocker. Ugh. Blech. Who do you think you are? Sounds like a honky tonk AM radio 70s track, a la Steely Dan, but not good, not well accomplished. More funky groove stuff from the early 70s, or late 70s, not my thing at all. Mountain Time, kind of groovy, funky, honky tonk blues again, but not my thing. You can hear hundreds of other bands around this time do much better songs than this. As old as you are young, more like it. The older proggy Gentle Giant is still here somewhere. Dig the guitar and actually totally love this song. That might be the one we hear. I think these are shorter songs, so I might sneak in too. Memories of Old Days. Man, I love that song. Best song on the album for me. Best song on the album for me. Very pastoral, very British, very acoustic, just a beautiful song. Winning. Man, it's not. Who did that song? I'm winning. Do you remember that song? I'm winning, and I'm winning, and I don't intend on losing again. Somebody's gonna know in the chat who did that song. I'm winning. It's not that song, but it's as bad as that song. For Nobody, another pretty solid banger of a closer. I was tiring a bit of Derek's vocals because he's not a really technically great singer, but he does have a cool style. But it's not Derek's style is not one that's made, and I think you said this, Eric. You felt the same way. His vocals are not a kind of style that you want to listen to over and over and over and over again. They're very unique, very interesting, and very intriguing, but you don't want to listen to that same album like 15 times in a row. You'd be like, nah, you know. Good song, though, at the end here. Tale of Two Sides on this one. One's pretty mediocre pop radio fodder. The record company probably demanded the hits. The other is the traditional proggy stuff on side 2. One of the funniest moments in rock music to me is the beginning of Yes's Going for the One, released the same year, where they're trying to play a standard boogie woogie rock and roll song. Going for the one. And this is right. It's kind of, I like that song. It's grown on me. I first heard it, was like, oh man, this sounds terrible. But they can't quite do it. Like, they're completely incapable of just laying down a normal groove, and they have to go off into the wacky prog territory. And I mean, like all of prog bands, yes, eventually sold out and did normal pop rock, and they did 90125. Drama, kind of, but Drama is a very unique album, man. It's an amazing album, so I'm not going to go there. But Big Generator, stuff like that, right? That's what these guys did right here. That's what these guys did. I still think it's an okay album. I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10 for that. And we'll play a song or two from it. So go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, you brought up an interesting point too. I mean, this is 1977, right? And you look at the other bands in this scene, and I kind of, as consistent as these guys were up to here, they kind of started to slip maybe a little earlier than the majority of those bands. I mean, you look at 1977, yeah, you had Going for the One. Yeah, I mean, the beginning of that song is weird, and you're like, what the hell is happening? But then I love that song now, and the rest of the album, I mean, Awaken and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Pink Floyd is on Animals, right? Genesis would be on, and then there were 3 probably, which is still great. Vandergraaf Generator would be on what? Quiet Zone, Pleasure Dome. King Crimson had already broken up,
Sure,
but
yeah.
I mean, all these bands are still,
I mean,
if they're
Crimson
around,
Crimson did the Discipline era stuff, which was pretty poppy in a lot of ways, but it was very inventive and unique.
right.
And then they got into
That's-
the thrack. Then they got into the thrack stuff, which they lose me completely around there, man. I do not really like that era at all. And then they did that fucking terrible Construction of Light album, and that.
It's not terrible. Come on.
Construction of Light. Oh, dude,
Yeah,
I fucking
I don't know.
can't stand that album, man.
I've only heard it a couple times, but
Not good.
I didn't
Prozac
mind it.
Blues.
Anyway, I need to re-listen to it.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
pretty bad.
but like the majority of these bands that I'm talking about, they're still putting out really solid stuff. ELP would be the only other one that I would point to, because they're on Works, which is,
Yeah,
kind
pretty
of
bad.
like this, in that there's some good stuff and there's some also not very good stuff. But that's a
agree.
different type of album too. It's really strange, but yeah, I don't know. They kind of, you can definitely, this is definitely a big step down from the last few albums. I mean, every album before it.
Oh, yeah.
But that said, again, it's kind of been a grower for me, honestly. The more I listen to it, I enjoy it a little bit more each time. 2 weeks in Spain. Yeah, that's a good opener. Um, Upbeat, kind of fairly straightforward song, and kind of more streamlined, noticeably more streamlined than like basically anything they've done to this point. So you're kind of already going, okay, this is a bit different. Um, I'm Turning Around is a ballad with a massive chorus. It's like a,
Yeah.
I don't know, a arena rock kind of thing almost. It sounds like a Journey ballad or something in a way, you know.
Kind of has that vibe,
Um,
doesn't it?
yeah, a little bit. Betcha thought
I
we
really
couldn't
like
do it.
that
This
one,
is the
man.
one.
I like
This is
that
the
one.
one
It's
that
super catchy.
hmm?
I really like
Is that?
Turning Around. It's super catchy, man.
It is. It's really catchy. Yeah. Um, Betcha
I
thought
feel
we couldn't do it. It's the one that people point to and they're like, "Oh, it's their punk song."
no, not
It's
even close.
faster, I guess, but it doesn't sound anything like
No,
punk to me.
sounds like a
I don't
boogie
know.
woogie rock and roller. That's all. Just
It's kind
fast.
of weird. There's kind of some cool guitar lines, but overall, it's just kind of silly and I don't know. It's
Yeah.
not that great. Who do you think you are? Bouncy and straightforward. And again, some nice guitar lines, but that's kind of all I have to say about it. Mountain Time, it's kind of the closest they ever did to like a funk rock song, but it's not, I don't know, I don't really remember it at this moment in time. As Old as You're Young, probably the quirkiest song on the album, kind of reminiscent of the last couple albums. Pretty good one. Um, and this is where we kind of start getting into that zone where like that song is a highlight on this album, but if you took it out of this context and you put it on Freehand or Power and the Glory or something, it's not going to be a highlight. It's
Right.
going to be one of the kind of less memorable tracks. It's just
Exactly.
because
Exactly.
it's in comparison to some of the other ones, it's like, oh, okay, we're back to, you know, real Gentle Giant kind of stuff here. Um, Memories of Old Days is a fantastic song.
Yeah,
Majestic, lush, emotive, mostly based around acoustic guitar
it
for
is.
basically the majority of the song. But man, the bass lines when they come in, so good. I don't know if he's playing a fretless or not, but he's doing some big
Sounds
slides and
like it.
stuff,
You're
and
right.
it
It
just
sounds like it's fretless. You're right.
kind of does, yeah. It's got that tone to it. Um, Fantastic song. Winning kind of almost has a bit of a Latin feel in the percussion and the
Yep.
rhythm of it. Fairly complex, not super memorable. Pretty good song. Um, and For Nobody is pretty intricate and upbeat, and again, kind of like in a similar vein to the last couple albums. It sounds like it could have been on Interview or something. Yeah, this one for me is probably like a 7 out of 10, I would say.
All right, we're close. I was 6.5. What did I say on this one? As old as you're young?
We hadn't decided. It was going to be I'm Turning Around, or you were saying As Old, or Memories.
Well, you pick between the first two.
Uh, let's do I'm Turning Around, just because it's something different,
Hang on,
and it's not as long as Memories.
all right, mute.
Where's the love that you once promised? Where's the pride? Was it all lies? Taking all but giving nothing. Did you want a compromise? All these years we spent together, it was me who sold my time. Now I've made my life's decision. I'll take yours, so please take mine. I'm turning around, there was no other way. I'm turning around, taking you come what may. I'm turning around, there was no other way. I'm turning around, taking you come what may. How long did you think we'd make it? How could this affair survive? Making mine a new direction. Could we keep us both alive? All I have to offer. Someone new, but still the same. Life for us, an empty shelter. Now I play a different game. I'm turning around, there was no other way. I'm turning around, taking you come what may. I'm turning around, there was no other way. I'm turning around, taking you come what may. We're turning around, there was no other way. I'm turning around, taking you come what may. I'm turning around, there was no other way. I'm turning around, taking you come what may. I'm turning around, there was no other way. I'm turning around, taking you come what may. I'm turning around, there was no other way.
I mean, let's be honest here. You throw Phil Collins' voice on that, that's a mega hit on US radio.
I missed the beginning of what you said.
I said,
I've
let's
been
be
listening
honest.
to the.
I said, let's be honest here. If you throw Phil Collins' voice on that song in what year was this again?
77.
77? Was it that? Oh, wow. This is like No Jacket Required material 7 years before it came out. This is like a massive fucking hit if Phil Collins is on that. That song right there in particular should have been massive
Yeah,
because
got hit
it's
potential
so
for sure.
it's so Duke era, must be some misunderstanding, turning around. I can hear Phil Collins' voice all over that song. I don't know about you, but I can. And if it is, it's huge or big. And at that time, Duke, if I'm not wrong, well, about 90% sure that Genesis was playing the indoor arenas, the sports arenas, 9, 10, 12,000. I don't know if they were selling them out, but I'm pretty sure it's what they were doing around Duke. Follow You, Follow Me, that Abacab era. They were playing, and then they jumped to the stadiums with Abacab and Invisible Touch. So, yeah, that's a huge song if that was, something else. So, Machine Messiah, dude. Yes. One of my favorite Yes songs. Machine Messiah. Ah, it's so good, man. All right. Yeah, Drama is my third favorite Yes album. Behind my and I did a Yes deep dive. You can go watch it. It's, again, rudimentary, but at least there I had a laptop, and so it was a little better. But if I remember correctly, it's Relayer, Close to the Edge, and Drama, and then Fragile. I think those are the ones that are sticking in my head. I love Drama, man. I love that album. Okay, alrighty, we're down to the last two. Getting close, dude. We'll get in there in under 5 hours, but we never should have been this. Should have been done in under 4 at this point. Okay, the next album here. Sorry, I'm getting there. Man, look at that artwork. Just wow.
Wow. I mean, again, it's kind of a novelty thing. You're supposed to cut around the thing and
like a
mask,
pop out,
I guess.
like a pop out thing, like a mask. Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking for a vinyl. I was looking for a vinyl copy of this actually, so that I could like cut the face out and wear it when the stream started. But
that would have been kind of funny. Can
Yeah,
you find even vinyls? Can you find vinyls?
You can, yeah.
How much?
I don't remember. More than I was willing to pay.
Yeah, more than you should, right?
So,
all right, September 11th, 78 comes out, recorded April and May of 78. Rampart Studios, I think that's Rampart. Maison Rouge, Fulham, and Scorpio Sound. Chrysalis Capital again, Gentle Giant producing. Giant for the Day is the 10th album by a British band, Gentle Giant, released in 78. Band's previous use of counterpoint and medieval themed arrangements was not present on this recording at all. This album features a pop rock sensibility instead of their usual progressive rock. Unlike the previous albums, the band did not make any tour or concert plans to support this album. From the album only, the title track was ever played live by the band during its final tour supporting Civilian, the last album. Yeah, man. Pretty dismal. I'm sorry. It just got to be said. It's not. I'm trying to think if I even like one song on there.
we were talking about one.
I like Spooky Boogie. Words from the Wise is a fine enough pop song. Thank You's okay. It's kind of a George Harrison 80s song to me. Spooky Boogie is kind of cool because it's kind of possibly really the best song there. Take Me, nah, not great. Giant for a Day, man. Sounds like, okay, this is the one, man. This one's going to get you right here. Now, it preceded this song, but it sounds like it. It sounds to me like Heart of Rock and Roll from Huey Lewis. They say the heart of rock and roll is the beat. It has that same snap to it. And you might say it's kind of catchy. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And the Gary Green's guitar on this track is the only part that's good about it, but it's a weird sound on it. So, I don't know, man. It's just so weird. Little Brown Bags, run-of-the-mill boogie blues, harder rocker again, but nah. Friends, kind of I kind of like Friends. Cool, mainly acoustic track, solid, good playing. My Gary Green banger for the album. No Stranger, solid mid-paced radio song, the Phil Collins 80s era, or Genesis of that era, or Winwood again. It's Only Goodbye. Sounds like a weak Steve Winwood track. But behind Spooky, it's probably the second best track on the album. And Rock Climber. Oh my God. That is just terrible, dude. To end your album on a shit song like that. Pretty lame rocker. Closer might be the most GG sounding though, as far as their proggier stuff. But I remember the lyric. Where did I thought I copied that lyric somewhere because it's just really banal, real bad, not good at all. This album reminds me of the band World Trade's first album, who had to have taken some influence from Gentle Giant, but their album is way better than this. It's tailor-made pop rock that lost almost all the identity and innovation from the 70s. They sound tired and out of great ideas. Just reminds me of early 80s Genesis, which I pretty much hate. 5.75 out of 10, which is being generous, I think, actually.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat to you. I put down kind of, I don't know, it feels like a shell of their former sound. There's little hints here and there of the past, but the
But not good.
personality and passion are just not there. They're
Terrible.
absent.
As Charles Barkley once said, terrible.
Yeah, a lot of these songs on here just kind of go in one ear and out the other without really leaving an impression, which is like kind of, I don't know, it's almost worse than being like ridiculously bad.
Exactly.
Because if it's ridiculously bad, it can still be entertaining.
Well, it's eliciting a response. This is almost like, I'm never going to listen to this again. I'd never buy this unless if I found it for like 50 cents or $1 in a cutout bin, I might grab it just to complete the collection. No way I'd buy this album. No way.
And that's the thing though too, is that it's not terrible. It's not objectively terrible. It's like,
but it's okay. Not good. It's not good.
But it doesn't have any kind of, like I said, it doesn't have any kind of personality or passion to it, and that's kind of, music needs to have that in order to be engaging for me.
Yeah, I wonder how close, especially since they didn't do any touring or major promotion for it. I'm wondering if they were already having discussions in the band, like, "Hey, man, maybe it's time. Let's call this thing. It's not, or let's all do something different and come back in a couple years and see if we want to revisit this."
Right.
Yeah, it's just banal, plain. You say it's not terrible. It's not, but it's like fucking. It's like when you walk into a really fancy hotel and you see like an Elvis painting on the wall in velvet. You're like, what the fuck's that doing here? That's kind of what this album reminds me of. It's like, why did they even do this? Like, somebody put up money to do these tracks? They're just not that great at all.
Yeah.
The guys had to have known that. The guys had to have known it. They had to have been like, yeah, this is not our best. I'm curious to read Derek's book to find out where they were at on these final couple of albums to get a sense of, and maybe I should. Have any of these come out? Wilson hasn't touched these, I don't think, has he?
No, the last one was The Missing Piece, so far anyway.
Oh, he did do The Missing Piece then?
He did, yeah.
I didn't know that. I wonder if he's going to do these last two, because I know he typically doesn't do the ones that he doesn't like, but he might do it as a favor to Derek and the guys. Because it's a wonder, because I've heard, believe it or not, this goes back to one of our old streams, I've read and heard that guess what might be happening? Under wraps, full-on book treatment.
Wow.
I can't imagine Steven would doing that, but he might.
If
the money's good enough, I guess he might.
I'll buy it if it's $15.
Yeah. I think if I remember correctly on that deep dive on that album, I think I liked the title track, and that was it.
Yeah, there's two of them. I think there's number 2 is pretty good because it's like just an acoustic thing.
But there's like 14. Yeah, you're right. There's like 14 or 15 tracks on that album. Weirdly, if I remember correctly, they're all kind of short, but man, oh god. And the weird thing is, I really do like Under Wraps. Anyways, we're getting way out of. But that's another band that you could parallel talk about them relative to Gentle Giant, because after Broadsword and the Beast, which I still think is a quality album, it's very 80s sounding, but it's a quality album. Suddenly you get Under Wraps, you get Farm on the Free, or not, Crest of a Knave's okay. But then you get a lot of albums in there. They're just jtoll.com, Kissing Rock Island. You get a lot of real garbage, man. I don't want to say garbage. You just get a lot of real subpar fucking albums for a band that sometimes their bonus tracks were better than the tracks on the album, and then
Yeah, you got a good point there too. They're not necessarily terrible, but they're from this band where we look back
iconic,
at what they did before and we hold that in such high regard
yeah,
that you can't help but compare it to that. And
right.
I listened to this album, Giant for a Day, and you can't even compare
Yeah,
it to
not even the
Interview,
same.
let
Not the
alone
same.
Octopus or Acquiring the Taste or Freehand or whatever.
What's
It's just
funny?
not. It's
What's
not on the same level at all. But
What's kind of funny is though that I swear to God I saw an interview that brought up that Under Wraps thing with Ian, and Ian can be a bit of he's a very thoughtful and long-winded answer of questions. So he and I wouldn't get along great because I'd interrupt too much, and I'd be So I've always kind of like, oh man, I love to talk to Ian Anderson, but then the smart part of me goes, maybe you better not. But I swear to God, dude, I swear he said he likes Under Wraps, and I'm like, I remember just looking at the video while it's playing, going, how, why, and what do you think is good about that album? I don't know. You liked it more than I did, but All right, so let's wrap this last one up. So you're up on this one.
Yeah. So Word from the Wise. It's a good rock song,
It is.
but it's unrecognizable as Gentle Giant apart from Derek's vocals.
Yes.
Thank you. I just put boring. That's the only thing I wrote.
Let me see what I have.
I don't know.
I say it sounds to me like it's like 80s George Harrison, like back when we were fab, that kind of sort of a song.
I don't know any 80s George Harrison. I've only heard his first like 2 or 3 solo albums, but
it's not terrible, but it's light in the same keeping of what we were just saying. It's light years and universes away from fucking All Things Must Pass, or Living in the Material World, or 33 and a Third, or even the self-titled album, which I love. Just forget it. It's not. It doesn't even belong in the same catalog for me.
Yeah.
Did we show this one? Yeah, we did. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, I'm getting.
Yeah, I did.
Wait a minute. What did I say?
Giant for a Day.
By the way, I gave you the wrong number on this one, dude, because I jumped down to civilian. This is not a 575. Because when I saw that number, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't remember doing that for this album. Let's get the right number in there. It's a 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's a 3, and that's being quite kind, I think.
Yeah. Giant for a Day, the song, has some cool guitar and synth work, but Derek's using like a weird accent on that as well. Like I'm kind of
right.
I don't know what he's trying to sound like.
Yeah, like he's trying to be too British or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It's kind of annoying. The main guitar riff in that one too sounds almost like a precursor to My Sharona. It's got that kind of dude.
I'm so glad you said that. Yep.
I had to look up when that song came out because I'm like, okay, was this first or not? Spooky Boogie. I don't know. It's okay. It's kind of fun. It's got some of those like, tuned percussion, xylophone or whatever, but it's fun while it's playing, but then it's just kind of gone. I don't remember it afterwards.
Forgettable.
It feels kind of like a novelty track to me.
Yeah.
Take Me feels like a rehash of Turning Around, but with a much weaker hook, if you can even call it that. It's just the chorus is just not memorable. It's kind of similar in structure, but nowhere near as good. I listened to this again today, and I don't even have any notes for Little Brown Bag, Friends, or No Stranger.
That's all
I
right.
just didn't really have anything to
They're
write
they're
about
not
them.
great songs.
They're just
not
kind of
great
there.
songs. Oh, I tell you what. Do we want to do Spooky Boogie or
Well,
not because I like
was-
it? Giant for a Day.
or It's Only Goodbye I was getting to is probably my favorite song on the track. It sounds like there's a little bit of actual emotion in it. It's got some nice guitar leads.
Let me see. It's only-
Um, Rock Climber, the verses are cool, but the chorus is bland. It's kind of like boring boogie rock, almost like a bad rip off of, a subpar kind of BTO track or something. And I like
yeah,
BTO, but
BTO.
but
That's yeah.
when they get into the really like boogie-esque zone, they kind of lose me. But yeah,
All right, so
this is like
I have Spooky Boogie
I
as the best song on the album, and I have the one you picked as the second best. So there, we'll go there.
yeah, we could just do Spooky Boogie because it's short.
Well,
This
we can do the one
yeah,
you picked.
sure.
We'll do the one you picked. Hold on a minute here.
Right.
Am I sharing that? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so mute.
Strange though we made it in those days that were bare. What pulled us through them? Something was there. I can remember drifting apart. Thoughtless ways much stronger as the time grew longer. One for one, not always. Then you said to me, it's only goodbye. A smile and a cry, and suddenly over. When I think of you now, in kindness aloud, my memory lingers there. It's only goodbye, my strength telling lies, just facing what had to be. Makes my reflections, did we think it was real? Was it forever? Fear not, just feel. You had your troubles, yes I had mine. Weren't we both sharing? No, not really caring.
All right, some very tasty guitar work there that I quite enjoy. That's some tasty guitar work there. And again, that's the second best song on the album. Spooky Boogie is probably the coolest one because it's the one that stands out the most, and it's not great. Somebody's just gonna say it's not great. That song, at least, there's some emotion. It pulls you in a little bit. The guitar solos, the second guitar solo is great. But it's compared to the earlier material, you can't really compare it. You just can't. So, all right, we're on to the final one here, dude. And what a slog it's been. 5 hours is going to be about 5 hours and 10 minutes or so. I apologize again for those of you who were here all night. I know I've apologized 18 times. Metal Kev especially. Very sorry for the asshole that came in here and ruined the stream tonight. I'm very concerned about him doing this tomorrow during my live stream with Hari. And if he does, man, I'm not sure what I'm going to do.
What time is that at?
It's at noon. That's like 9 a.m. for you.
Right. Just, I would say the main thing is don't make sure to not add anyone you're not 100% sure about as a moderator.
Oh, no, I'm not.
That was the big thing for a lot of it.
In fact, I might at this point, when I wipe out of here, I'm going to go back in and set up mods that I know. The people that I know. And I'm not even going to say who it is, but I'm going to put in people I know. And have that set up so that tomorrow if they dip in, I can jump them in. If somebody comes in out of the blue and starts, throwing stupid shit at me, I'm just going to be deleting the whole time. But the problem with that when I'm interviewing somebody is that's going to really distract from me. And I don't want that guy seeing, some asshole coming in going, whatever. What a mental midget. Anyway, long story short here, we're on Civilian, which is the last album. Came out March 3rd, 1980. Recorded August and November of 79 at Sound City in Van Nuys. If I'm not wrong, I think it's the first album they did in the States as a recording. They were always recording. They either did them in France or in the UK. 11th final studio, released 1980. It was recorded at Sound City Studios in Van Nuys, California, neighborhood of Los Angeles, with former Beatles engineer Jeff Emmerich, who did Motley Crue, believe it or not. I think it's the same guy. He's dead now. There we go. There's it's an interesting cover, but it's so 1980, right?
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think it is kind of clever how they did the album title on the name of the band there.
Yeah, actually, that is true. And I do like the way they whited out the faces. That's not so bad. But consisting mostly of short rock songs, it's closer to a traditional rock sound than the progressive style. The album also marked a return to Columbia Records in the U.S. and Canada after an 8-year hiatus. The band's last album released with Columbia had been 72's Octopus. The album peaked at number 203 on the Billboard 200, so it didn't even crack the Billboard 200. Soon after the album's release, Gentle Giant played a final tour and then split up. I don't know if this is the one where they played opening for Black Sabbath or not. For some reason, no, it wasn't. Okay.
No, that was back in like 70. That was back in like 73 or 74 or something. I want to say.
Gentle Giant played a final tour and then split up. Previously unreleased track "Heroes No More" has been included with some CD reissues. Another track from the same period, "You Haven't a Chance," appeared on the compilation album Under Construction. 17 years later, critical reception deemed Civilian bland and a bomb that destroyed the band. I think it's way better than the last one. It reminds me a lot of World Trade's first album, who had to have been taking some influence from Gentle Giant. It's more tailored towards pop, hard rock than their last couple. Almost, they kind of lost all their identity and innovation from the 70s. They do not sound tired. Oh, they sound tired and out of great ideas. It reminds me of like an early AOR rock band, because it's not hard rock, it's AOR. it's not like metal or anything super heavy. It's more like a really heavy Journey. It's like a really light Journey album. That's what I would say. It's like a light Journey album, not in the ballad way, but just in the, Neil Sean could fucking rip on those albums, anyways. And Journey wrote great fucking pop songs during that period. So this was not in that territory at all. But real quick on the songs, Convenience is solid radio rocker, better than all the tracks but 2 on the last album. All Through the Night, honestly, I really like this one. This is a good song. Got a real 80s vibe to it, and maybe we'll play this one and the one other one I wanted to pull from here just for the hell of it, just to go out on 2 tracks, end around the 6:50 or 5:15 mark. Number 1, Shadows on the Street. Quirky, dark, melancholic ballad. It's actually not a bad song, actually, to be honest with you. The next song, is it called Number 1?
Yep.
It is. Damn, I thought. All right. Solid, but again, it sounds like a radio Steve Winwood or Peter Gabriel album. Not nearly as good as those, yet this one is okay for an 80s pop rock song. Could have easily been on Duke or Abacab. Underground, solid but not amazing. I Am Camera, way more poppy than the other songs so far. It's okay, but nothing special. Inside Out, pretty fucking cool track. Probably the best track probably the best track they wrote over this 3 album thing run for me. It's really cool. It sounds 80s, but it sounds unique and different for them. Like they were tapping into something for that one song. And actually, you know what? It sounds like a Trevor Rabin era Yes song. Like 90125, Big Generator, but not poppy, a little darker. That's probably one of their darker songs. It's got a sort of air of mystery to it. Yeah. It's not Imagination, meh, crappy closer. So there you go. What do you got?
Yeah, this is a big step up from the last one for sure. Like, this one I listened to again today, and I don't know. I actually like this quite a bit. I'm not as familiar with a lot of like, 80s rock in general, or especially like the mainstream kind of pop rock stuff. So I don't have as many like reference points to use as you do.
Well, yeah, you weren't alive.
Kind of grew up in that era, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Sadly, I did. There was some good stuff that came from that era. There was a lot of garbage that came from that era.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard anything from Genesis past Duke. I've only heard the first 3 Journey albums. I don't know. I mean, I know Peter Gabriel and stuff, but
Well,
I don't.
Yeah, I should not use Peter Gabriel. If I'm talking about Gabriel, I'm talking mostly about So, which was a massive album. But to be honest with you, all the other Peter Gabriel solo stuff, the first 4, they're very unique, man. And I should not be comparing it. They're all fantastic. I mean, a song like Games Without Frontiers shits all over all 3 of these albums, all day, all night. Shock the Monkey shits all over them. Intruder, all those things, they're not even the same.
Yeah. I love early Peter Gabriel. Anyway, what I had down for this one is definite improvement over the last album and pretty good, but it doesn't sound like a Gentle Giant album to me. It's good, but it sounds like a different band kind of in a way. Definitely more modern for the times production as well, very 80s sounding. Convenience, kind of driving hard rock verses, pretty cool. Organ in there as well, and a poppy chorus. All Through the Night has a killer guitar riff. Kind of another song that sounds very like arena rock sort of, but love the riff in that one. Shadows on the Street, electric piano kind of driven ballad. It rhythmically, the rhythm of the piano motif that they keep using it reminds me of an earlier song, and I couldn't quite figure out what it was, but super melodic, pretty good track. Number 1, kind of a pomp rock kind of thing almost. Sounds big, but it's not, it's not super memorable for me. Um, Underground and I Am a Camera, kind of, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about this album in the chat and just with us in the last few minutes,
Well, there I
but
am a camera,
right,
camera,
I
camera.
couldn't
But
help
not even,
but
dude, it ain't on the same level as that. That's fucking
no, it's
masterpiece.
not.
I mean, come on.
It's kind of like, but some of, the combination of the production and the lyrics and some of the stuff they're doing does remind me of this album, and they were released pretty close at the same
Yeah, they
time.
were.
I can't
But I
remember
mean,
which
come on, dude.
came
Come
first.
on, drama.
Oh yeah,
Hang on, drama is fucking Hemispheres or a Farewell to Kings. This album is Test for Echo or fucking Rush. That's the lowdown. That's just the reality.
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's as good as this, but
No
it's
way.
kind of it feels like they were going for a similar thing, a
Yeah,
similar kind
probably.
of vibe.
This
Um,
isn't a shitty album.
no,
It's
no,
it's
and
just
it's another one that's grown
nondescript.
on me.
It's just kind of nondescript in a lot of ways.
Yeah, a little bit. Um, and part of it may be also that like again, you have heard so much more pop rock from the
Sure,
80s than I have.
sure.
So I'm like, I hear this and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is different, but it's kind of cool. But I haven't heard the thousand other albums that, you know, came out around the same time. But again, I mean, this is 1980, right? It's fairly early in this kind of style. I mean, um, this kind of thing exploded, in the few years that came after this, from what I know, which is not much. Um, anyway, Inside Out is my favorite song in the album. Um, Kind of Max Webster vibes on that one. I was talking to you about that earlier. Or a little bit of like, the band Crack the Sky, I'm sure.
Yep.
A little bit of that, maybe. Good balance of prog, hard rock, and pop, which sounds like a weird combination, but if you do it right, it can be really awesome. It's not imagination, good balance of um, kind of new wave and prog almost. I'd put down kind of if like Gentle Giant played a Devo cover or something like that. But not an amazing song, but not bad. Yeah, this one's probably like a 6.5 out of 10 or so for
Wow.
me.
Okay. You went up. All right. I
I guess
I think this is one that if I listened to it more regularly, I probably would. It would probably grow on me to the point where, frankly, I think it might be even better than the last two, even Missing Pieces or Missing
right.
Pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just realized I didn't rate Giant for a Day. It's probably I would have given it a 6 like
Oh, come
last
on,
week,
man.
but I listened to it again today and I'm like, no, it's probably like a, I don't know, 4.5 or something out of 10
That's
for
a
me.
little more. I was gonna say if
I
you're
don't
giving
know.
that a 6, we'd have to have you checked by a doctor up there in Canada. You know, which might take like 14 years, but we'd have to have you checked with the psych ward there. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, Jason Rojas. This is a fake account. It is not. It is Pumping Vinyl. We'll talk about Mark Lastman. Anything to do with Mark Lastman. Anything to do with Dave, the pickup artist. Anything to do with Spring Heel Jim. Anything to do with Martin McGrath. Anything to do with Mazzy, Rob the Waxed. They're not real accounts. That when at this time of the night, those guys would not be coming into my chats. They wouldn't even be coming to my chats, period, because they're not really big, if at all, watchers of my channel. So this guy has literally 15 or 20 fake accounts, and apparently, Eric, you picked up on it because I wasn't watching the chat. So
Yeah, I caught it.
he's well, here's the thing, O'Brien. I was kind of unaware of this drama too until April when this clown started coming around. And I wasn't doing a lot of live streams because I was traveling a lot in March, April, and May a lot. And then suddenly he starts pulling this shit. And, you know, all you got to do is go over to his channel, watch the video. Hang on a minute. I'm going to play the song, and I wanted to say one more quick thing here. If you look at the video that he did on 2 days ago called Live from the Gazebo, apostrophe. And that's all he says. It's got 258 views. He's getting some action out of this. He's talking about me, talking about Stunty, talking about a bunch of other people. He'll name drop all these people that are allegedly, he claims, impersonating him. But the reality of it is that, as Nate said over there, you sure do act like a guy who's been running around Jeff's chat. He knows all of my activities, but claims everyone's telling him. That's just not true. None of my fans, followers, subscribers even knew who this guy was until recently, okay? And they don't have anything to do with this guy. They know what a douche he is. So he's watching right now, I'm sure. And he's sitting there, you know, getting like, oh, I'm going to get him. But, you know, and he's going to probably clip stuff out of this stream. But I've already reported him earlier tonight. I reported him on that Gazebo stream about harassment, bullying, and all kind of other stuff. Now, what he's going to claim is that I threatened him out in Omaha, Nebraska. And I kind of did. Because he was harassing me. He started the whole harassment thing. I've never gone to this guy's fucking channel before. And this is just this game. He's literally like a 12 or 13-year-old kid that just can't get enough attention. Me. He's kind of like Trump. Got to always constantly have attention. Very infantile. Thank you. That's exactly the word. So, all right. So we'll play this last track here. But before we do, Eric, should we do that or should we do the ranking quick?
Play a track and then wrap up with that.
Yep, we'll wrap up with the ranking. All right, we're almost there, gang. I think. And we'll go. I got to go over here. Which one did we say we were going to do? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
You were talking about.
I know. I got it. I got you.
Yeah. You know the one.
It's Inside Out, I believe, right?
Inside Out. Yeah.
This one has a video. Lucky you guys. All right. And
and I do feel I'm inside out, but I hear, I feel, I see. Everything is getting dark. Please don't like me. Do I need lifting? Do I need lifting? And I hear I'm so
Dude, we're doing 2 songs. We're doing 2 songs. Mute.
every day the clock ticks, every day is just the same, and the people I see with the same faces me. As I turn the hand on time,
There, Jeff.
go slowly by. It's that road that there is until the day that I die.
Yeah, is it not playing?
Sorry, it was.
Yeah,
was. I didn't
You were on your
understand
earbuds,
another
dude. I
song.
said we were going to do 2. All right, we'll start it over.
My bad.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That's right.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Well, you see, he's been watching the whole time. You see that, right? He can't let go. He just can't. So, it's, man. Well, I've been getting them because I'm not as stressed with so much going on around. But we're going to do our countdown real quick, and then I've got a surprise if you want to stick around for another 5-10 minutes. So here we go. Number, yeah, I got to, where'd my fucking phone go? Oh, there it is. All right. What do you got? Number 11, right?
Guess what? Guess which album I have.
Oh, I'm going to guess.
It's the same as yours. Yep.
All right. Yeah, Zab, that was, sorry, dude. All right. Yeah, please, though, Zeb. I know that you talked to that creep. Please don't do me wrong, brother. I don't think you will, but please don't.
It's weird. It's weird though that Wade isn't in the chat. Like he hasn't been
I
for a
think he was
while.
laying down. He said. He told me he was sleeping.
But he didn't say anything either.
Well, he might have been starting to fall asleep. Didn't he just say? Where's he at? I thought I saw him make a comment.
I never
Well,
saw
he
one.
said Wade zapped him then. I mean, Zeb's talking about the Gary Green band.
That's what it says on the comments. It says on the comments. It says Wade hid them all, but I don't know.
I'm wondering if Wade, since he stepped out, I'm wondering if fucking dickhead tried to pull. Man, what an abject fucking loser, dude.
I don't know. It just seems weird to me that like
Yeah, it does.
it
seem
says
odd.
Wade is doing this stuff, but Wade isn't commenting or anything.
No, I know, Zeb, but all right.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I don't know what's going on
It's
there.
just
You gotta understand, Zeb. He's been relentless tonight. He maybe took a nap, maybe went to jack off to pictures of his mom or his grandmother, probably his grandmother, right? Because that seems more his speed. Or maybe just went down to the corner and paid for some, maybe he paid an Asian hooker or something like that. But he's been relentless, dude, and relentless. So we had a clusterfuck the first 2.5 hours because this guy has nothing better to do than fuck with me. All right, so Giant for Day is my last one, yours as well.
yeah.
I went with Civilian as my next last, but like I said, I think if I had more time with this, I think it would easily jump up above The Missing Piece, which is my next one. So what do you got?
I feel the exact same way. Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we're at number 8 then, because we have the same bottom 3. So number 8. What do you got?
We probably have the same one again. Interview.
No.
What?
Nah, dude. You're gonna be a little shocked by these 3. I went with In a Glass House. I don't love that album.
Number 8? Damn.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. That one just doesn't really speak to me a lot. It's a half and half album for me. I did remember that was the one I think I gave like a 7.5 to, if I remember. So let me look. Pretty sure that's what I gave it, didn't I?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. No, wait, hold on. Shit, where'd it go? Here it is. I gave it a 7. Trying to find my actual. Yeah, 7.5. Interview. I'm sorry. Where were we at? Shit.
Number 7.
Back. So yeah, In a Glass House is my number 8. What you got for 8?
I had to interview.
Interview, right? Okay. What do you got for 7?
I got the debut. And this is where it starts getting really hard because I love that album.
Top 7 albums are the tough ones. Yeah. You're gonna be shocked by this, dude, because I think you got this way up there and it's way down. I'm going with Three Friends. I just guess I need more time, man. It just was not gelling the way that I wanted it to. So number 6.
I got Three Friends. I
All
mean,
right. Mine
I-
interview.
yeah, I love it more every time I hear it. But
That might be
and
what
the top seven are all fantastic in my opinion. But
I agree.
yeah, it's not one of their absolute best.
All right, number 5.
What did you have for number 6?
Interview.
Okay.
I like there's some moments of that are really strong that kind of carry
Yeah.
it.
Number 5, I got In a Glass House.
Okay. I've got Octopus, strangely enough. I got 3 above that, man, that I enjoy more. But that said, the top 5 are all fantastic albums. So number 4 for you.
Number 4, I got Octopus.
Okay.
And it's fantastic, but
Hard.
I don't know, it's kind of like maybe I've just heard it more times than the other ones, and
Right.
the other ones have they're a little fresher to me. I don't know, but
Yeah, I agree.
it's
I agree. I mean, I know what you're talking about. Let's see here. I've got self-titled at number 4.
damn okay.
You want me to go next?
I have
ahead.
no idea. Like I didn't rate them before, so
All
I'm
right.
probably going to be off. You know, the ratings
don't worry
that I'm
about that.
saying
Don't worry.
during the stream, if I went through and calculated them,
Yeah,
I'm like,
don't-
I put these in the wrong spots. But this is
don't
all
sweat
just
that.
by
It doesn't even
how I
that doesn't
felt.
even necessarily. I don't always necessarily fall in line with that with my numbering. It's like where I'm thinking in my head they belong. But sometimes I switch them up at the very last minute. It's like, yeah, I don't care
Yeah.
what I ranked them up there or rated them on a out of 10 scale. This is what I'm feeling in the moment as I'm listening to them.
Yeah.
So number 3 for me is Acquiring the Taste.
Okay, I got The Power and the Glory, number 3.
All right. For me, I've got. What do you got for 2?
Freehand.
All right. For me, I've got Power and Glory at number 2, and that means I've got Freehand as number 1. Love that album. And you've got.
Acquiring the Taste.
I know. I was kind of there for a while, and I switched it last minute. I just was kind of blown away when I went back to Freehand. I was like, man, this album is just too good.
Yeah.
I like everything about it. And Acquiring, I love almost everything about it. I think that was 9.5, and Freehand was a 9.5, but it was a strong 9.5.
Yeah, I mean, I think Freehand is maybe a more consistently enjoyable listen throughout.
But
And
the high points on Acquiring are
yeah,
way up there.
yeah, and what I like about that one too is it's like so unique. It doesn't sound like any other band, but it also just doesn't sound like any other Gentle Giant album either.
I think you're right. Yeah.
And it's kind of this weird
Because they were
unique
really
album.
They were really kind of creating that universe on that album.
Mhm.
They hadn't quite perfected it, which they do on a couple subsequent albums, but there's something raw and brand new about, even though they still do some of it on the first album. That's the more traditional prog album. Now they're creating the Gentle Giant universe. So
And you can hear them like searching. You can hear them trying stuff, and there's things on that album that I've never heard any other band really do, capturing the same vibe. So when I want to listen to that album, there's no other one that I can put on, even from the same band, that will capture that same kind of feeling for me.
is that the Zeb? I think that's the song we played, right? Memories of Old Days? Or no, we didn't. We actually ended up playing the second song. Because the memory of Memories of Old Days, we decided we wanted to try to show some of the pop stuff. And that second favorite song there was the Turning, what's it called? The Turning Around?
Turning Around.
Turning Around.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, as that was playing, I was like, I would rather be listening to Memories of Old Days.
Yeah,
But
Memories is the top track, but
it is.
it's all Eric's fault. I let him influence me. I'm just kidding. All right, so here's the thing. A couple quick notes, show notes. Tomorrow, noon, Hari from Hooded Menace. And, hopefully between now and then, that person will have had maybe an aneurysm or something happens. Because I know otherwise that person's going to be a douche. I'll have to figure my way out around it. Beyond that, Stephen Wilson on the 3rd. And I'm definitely going to get it sorted by then. Evokin coming up on the 6th, but I may have to switch that. Cryptopsy, don't have a date yet. It's coming up next week or the following. There are some things that I'm talking to some people about, but again, this bullshit with this guy doesn't make my desire to do this. I got to figure a way to delete this guy from my history entirely. So speaking of that, I want to show something. This right here is our baby boy.
It's what I do with my day.
Yeah, this is what he does with
Right?
his day. He doesn't work. Remember, he talks to me about how I should be working and I'm stealing money. Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't the irony be funny if actually he's a pizza delivery boy and only works like 2 days a week? Or, maybe he lives with his boyfriend and his boyfriend pays for everything. I don't know. But you really got to check this hair out on this guy.
Here's some cool records. Kind of showing them off here. So
I think he's very jealous of my incredible golden locks. Let's be honest. The silver fox element, I think he's very jealous of.
we're going upright today because, I guess, don't know what the deal is with yesterday's video, but
New Evokin is killer.
yeah, YouTube just sort of put me live like all of a sudden, so it is what it is.
Look at this. YouTube all
the thing about all these gazebo rant videos or whatever.
YouTube just suddenly did this, just like all these people are in my chat impersonating William. There's hundreds of them. They all want to impersonate William, to disparage him, to make him look like a fool so that the rest of the VC doesn't want to hang out with him. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. The rest of the VC doesn't want to hang out with him anyways. That we already know. That's an established fact. So here we go. Yeah, the new Evokin is absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing. 100% album of the year. Potential along with 2 or 3 or 4 others. The new Deftones is killer too. But I want to get to this part.
And so give you an overview just here as well, because I did yesterday. I showed you guys a whole. I want to give who I guess I don't know. I guess I was getting trolled. And
here we go.
I want to give a quick shout out to Dave the Pickup Artist and the Sixth Beatle, who I guess I don't know. I guess I was getting trolled in yesterday's video, but it's all good. Don't ask anybody to go to war with me or anything, but hey, thanks for beating up on the trolls. I just got to give a shout on that one. But
by the way, if anybody sees Dave the Pickup,
yeah, I'm here to talk about last night. So if you guys like VC drama, go ahead and spread the word to everybody. I am subscribed to Gaslight and Handjobs channel. Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. This is so Jeff, funny. Who I don't know where he lives.
Gaslight.
And I only recently subbed to his channel because there was a fake pumping vinyl.
By only recently, we need to clarify that. By only recently, we're talking about several months ago. He's probably even last year, I think, actually. But for shits and giggles, let's say March, that he only subbed to me, okay? But actually, I think that's not right because I went up to New York, so maybe it was April, sometime in April. But he just subbed to me, and all these people, he has to monitor what's going on in my chat because of all the people that are impersonating him, disparaging his name across the VC.
channel, and then I started hearing, you know, along the lines of coming to Omaha and threats.
Yeah.
So I didn't even know about this until someone, Martin McGrath, posted this on his channel. I was like, okay, well, I better keep an eye out here. And I see we got Spring Hill Jim, you know, admitting who he likes to hang out with here in the VC. Nothing but clowns. Are your buddies.
Clowns.
But no, that's the thing. Ever since I tried to clear the air with this Jeff guy on Instagram, and I just said, hey man, I'm not a part of the metal community, not my scene, not my taste.
Hey William, we know you're not a part of the metal community. Your hairline tells us that entirely.
I've had a little bit of metal chat with people who've come up on my panels before, and that's been the extent of it. I always admit I had my metal phase, and I'm just not a metal guy anymore. I have no reason to be hanging out on these channels. However, you guys know I have pointed out that, yes, Mark Lastman.
It's Mark Lastman.
And as long as you guys want to play this game like George Borden, free Mark Lastman when you've been in rehab for the last year, and you want to come out of the blue like you're going to come back to the VC, like free Mark Lastman, and everything's going to be okay again.
About being in rehab.
Guess again, George.
Idea, but that's true. As he sits and drinks beer.
So no, I was
in the middle of a Friday afternoon when he's should be working. Most people are, unless they're fakers like me and they're stealing money from the government.
Yesterday, and every time before, a fake pumping vinyl is Mark Lastman, present with Satan Rojas many times.
Satan Rojas, there you go. There's another alias. Someone.
And so he drops the StreamYard link and says, "Oh, why don't you come up, William?" Like Jeff likes to talk, give that hard ass talk.
Oh yeah, I'm so scared.
And
so scared.
That's the kind of thing. A lot of people in the VC or on YouTube in general, they just come here, talk hard, and then go into hiding. Sound familiar? Rojas? We'll talk about you in a second.
Choking on your cock there.
But no, I give Jeff the decency.
What a decent guy.
To show my face and explain to him that, no, I'm not the one fucking with you, but I did mention to him yesterday that if you start talking trash about me, that's it, man. And you have not been fair to me. At first, when I reached out to him on Instagram, he's like, I don't know if I believe you, whatever, but I'll kind of take your word for it. Yesterday, it was like, I kept saying, it's not me, I have a different trolling style. And I even pointed out, Jeff, who spells his name Geoff.
Here's the weird thing, though. For the guy that's not trolling because he has a different trolling style, he knows everything that's going on my live streams. Everything. Even the ones I delete. He knows everything. And he kind of outed himself in the one on Thursday night when he kind of admitted that he's over here monitoring everything. He's monitoring because he has so many people impersonating him and he doesn't want to besmirch. He would not like to be besmirched. What a fucking clown.
Unlike, what you would normally see, Jeff. And I threw as a joke to him, learn how to spell your name right, which is completely opposite of what the fake pumping vinyl was saying about him.
Right.
The fake pumping vinyl was mentioned things about this guy's health problems that I don't even know. Do not aware of this guy.
He knows I'm not sick, that's for sure.
Had no idea any of this stuff is going on in his life. Yet the fake pumping vinyl is so knowledgeable about this. AKA Mark Lastman, a top 2 Patreon member. Yeah, he's just like Loki Tio, guys.
Yeah, there you go.
But Jeff, and here's the truth about Jeff.
Here's the truth.
He's nothing but games on his own channel.
Here is the truth. I'm game. I don't know what that means.
Let's see. Ever since I started tuning into him,
Don't even know what that
let's
means.
be honest, he can't shut up about his illness.
Yeah, well, let's see. When you are terminally ill with an almost undiagnosable disease, you kind of tend to Yeah. Does he have a rep to besmirch? No, dude. He's a dude that's been in the VC for like 5 years and has like 700 subscribers, and they all subscribe to him to watch his drama play. He's part of that Rachel's Ghost crowd over there, of which I will say I like Rob the Waxed. He's always been cool to me. Mazzy's always been relatively cool to me. The rest of them, I don't even know. Don't know any of these people. Never hung out with them. Couldn't tell you from Adam who they are. I don't know them. Don't care to know them. Don't care at all about them. And I don't like the host. Don't want anything to do with her. And she probably is well aware of it, and that's fine. We don't have to be at each other. I don't talk about her, except for when I bring up the fact that I inherited William through her being on her show, which sadly is, the biggest mistake I've made. But yeah, William, he knows all about my health, man. He's hung out with me more times than you, Nick. Remember that? No, he hasn't. He's never hung out with me. Doesn't know jack fucking shit about neurodegenerative diseases. Doesn't know anything. I mean, couldn't tell you. He probably can't tell you whether he's an Indian or an outie, and he probably thinks he's a girl still. I'm not sure. Who knows? It's okay. You can be who you want to be these days, William. You can be a girl. You can be a boy. You can be neither. You can be a kitty cat. You're a lovable little kitty cat, aren't you there, William?
He keeps saying that people come in and bother him about it, but he's the one who exposes himself every time he goes live. He's the one who, yes, even yesterday, sharing us photos, lifting up his shirt, showing us information on websites, is like, Jeff, you are the guy who cannot shut up about it.
Really? Okay.
So if we know all this stuff about you, is that our fault or is that your fault?
That's the problem, is you don't really know anything about me. That's the problem. You think you do, but you don't know shit about it. Yeah. You don't want it, Nick. Trust me, dude. You don't want any part of that drama. You do not want part of that drama. This is almost over.
So yeah, we find this stuff out.
He calls a bunch of
about
people
you from you.
Here.
And I don't feel sorry for you anymore, Jeff.
Oh, God, William.
And just like yesterday, it's like, I would knock it off. Quit lifting your shirt up. Quit bitching about your illness.
Don't do this. Don't
because,
do like
there are plenty of people here in the VC.
Hey, William. I know you're watching. William, probably like 5 minutes. William, I just want to say one thing, man. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Oh, baby, baby, baby. Don't do me like that. Come on, William. Don't do me like that, man. Don't hurt my heart like that, brah.
Who have some sort of illness, something in their personal life they don't want to share about, and they keep it to themselves. Like myself, guys. I have plenty of personal stuff that...
Yeah, we know. You're gay, and you're fighting that, and it's okay. You can be gay. It's perfectly fine to be gay in this world. I have a lot of gay friends. My child is gay. It's totally cool, dude. Totally fucking cool. Be you, William. The problem is the you that you need to be is a non-psychopath, a person who isn't mentally ill, and that's something you can't fix, dude. There he is. He's back.
I keep private.
And
ironically enough, we got some people who like to try to dig that type of stuff out on you.
Yeah. William,
well, anyways, I'm up there,
you,
and I give Jeff my word.
Made me cry,
right?
William.
My word is my bond.
His word, Spring-Heel Jim. His word is his bond.
But it's not good enough for him, and he
really
starts jumping on his Instagram, and he says to me on this deleted stream, mind you. Quick timeout. How many deleted videos, memes, parodies, as soon as you guys catch yourself in a moment of guilt?
Guilt for what? Guilt for what, you fucking goof? Goof. Yeah, but Spring-Heel's kind of been in and out and all that. I know he was in the chat on Thursday night. I struggle whether this is true or not, but all right, Spring-Heel, stick around. We're almost done. But yeah, so this is going to be big time news for William tomorrow because I gave him all the drama he wants, and I know I'm feeding the beast, but I'm proving a point here because I've already reported him about this stream, and I'm going to continue to report him till YouTube does the right thing and gets rid of it. Man, he's literally a fucking canker sore on the penis of YouTube. It's almost over.
Delete the evidence against me. And there's Jeff doing it all over again yesterday.
I have the stream, douchebag. I still have it. I just didn't want you cherry picking, and neither did Stunty. He didn't want you cherry picking stuff to give to fucking Rachel. That's why.
My opportunity to go up there and say, Jeff, it's not me, but the entire time Jeff was just, no, I don't know if I believe you. Let me get Stunty up here, and we're going to gaslight you and jump all over you at the right opportunity. And that's exactly what Stunty does.
Jag off.
Because let's be honest about Stunty.
Uh-oh, here it is.
You are the most overrated dude in the whole VC, Stunty.
You're overrated. Overrated.
And you've had your channel threatened to be shut down many times. Not because of trolling, but because you push.
Get this right here.
The envelope for copyrighted music.
Yeah, I still.
Let's talk about that, because you have the argument that, you know, you sit here and you give dialogue and conversation and information about the artist, and which you do, you know. But guys, I challenge you. Stunty's about to go live in about an hour or so. Listen to him talk.
And
listen
he
closely.
His chat and was a dick, of course.
Between a bunch of broken French English, silence for several moments at a time. Stunty, you say absolutely nothing.
You know what's weird? I've talked to Stunty quite a bit, and he speaks English far better than you do, William.
About music.
Especially better than your hairline. His English is far better than your hairline, William.
Absolutely nothing. And you even pull out all this bullshit that nobody cares about. Because I guess if you sound knowledgeable about all the shit nobody cares about, maybe we'll hold you up in this light. Like you're some sort of smart expert about music. And I think it's bullshit. You know what I honestly think, Stunty? At least half of your viewers that tune into you are just waiting for your little shack to collapse in on you. You know, that little shack that your dad lets you live in, rent free.
Oh, he brought up his dad.
Because you're broke as a joke, 50-year-old ass ain't ever moving out of your dad's house.
Children, like Chant.
Oh, which, by the way,
here we go.
Does Stunty strike you as the guy who invites women to his life? Oh, no, hold on. Does Stunty strike you as the guy who ever interacts with a woman in his life anyway? No, Stunty is the guy who confirmed has shared a hotel room with Jason Rojas.
Oh my God. Look at that.
And I know what this is all about, man. VC, this is your gay dating app. How many of you people in the VC treat this platform as though it's your gay dating app? Stunt Rock Confusion, gay dating app. Wyoming Dave, gay dating app.
There.
Jason Rojas.
Hey, so listen, that's the end of this shit. But listen, real quick on that, Stunty's dad is not in his shack in Sweden. Pretty retarded. Yeah, it's real. This guy is just, you know, and Eric, you said it's weird that he doesn't look at the camera. He can't, because if he looks at the camera, the sun glinting off the dome and going into the camera will blind him. He won't be able to, that hairline, that receding hairline, he might, you know, listen, man, it's a dirty game, but someone's got to do it. So there you go, Stunty. I gave you all that airtime. You can go ahead and cut this thing up into little micro pieces and kind of like your micro penis. And there's this is, just so you know, Ober, this is something that's fairly new to my channel. 5 years, never had this kind of problem ever. This guy is just, he's like herpes. He's like herpes. Once he latches on, he doesn't want to go away. So I want to thank Eric for being here all night. He's got to get up for work, and his eyes are getting heavy too, and so are mine. So we should call it a night, because I got to be up in 9 hours to do an interview. So I got to try to crash here. It's going to be a short night.
Been a long one.
What's that? Yeah, another crazy long one, dude. Yeah. It didn't need to be this way.
Not just in amount of time. but just
it's been an emotional investment, right? You know, I mean, we've never had this kind of stupidity creeping around in here. So, did you zap anybody out, Eric, while we were going?
yeah, a few times, but not
Oh, it was
recently.
back a little bit there. Okay. Isn't that comb over awesome? That's like almost Donald Trump comb over strong. So you can almost smell the fucking musk oil in his, emanating through the camera lens. So, Eric, dude, thank you, brother. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate all you guys trying to help me out. Yeah. Well, we're gonna call it here in a sec. William joined the VC a year or so ago. Sadly, he has been burning bridges and trolled almost everyone. Try to ignore him if he is bugged out. Yeah, I will. I will. I'll do my level best to ignore him. I got to do a better job of getting the wrenching situation sorted out. I got 3 or 4 people now that are solid. I accidentally wrenched him because he was impersonating someone in Rachel's chat. Should have known better. It wasn't a name I recognized. So now everybody's got to go through. What I should do is, I guess, set up like a hold. Maybe I can hold things so people can look. I don't know if Springheel was a bad guy. I don't know. That's the problem. When he came in here the other day, I wasn't sure. It seems like maybe he wasn't, but I don't really know for sure. So, Zeb, good to see you, buddy. Thank you. Tim, thank you so much. Oberon, thank you so much. Nick, thank you for popping in. You missed all the deep dive and the drama. You didn't see the drama. I can send you the stream from the other night. I do have it. I still have it. Just not. It's private listening. So. Spring Hill, if you got zapped, next time we'll figure it out. Okay. My apologies, but we can't. Tonight was such a clusterfuck for the first hour and a half, 2 hours, that I had to start just getting rid of people because I just don't know them. I know you and I've talked on a couple videos. We'll talk. Hit me up there and we'll chat about this. All right, guys. Eric, hang on one sec. I'm gonna head out. Oh, and William, by the way, eat a bag of dicks. Eat a bag of dicks.